Is this coming through okay? Test one, test two, test one, test two. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay.
Okay,
That's
so they
fine.
just
So all
have
they
to,
got to do
they
is
do have to hold that then.
I would just tell them to put them in their pocket or just hold it like
Hold it.
this.
Yep.
That way they don't have to worry about that thing.
Perfect. And then is that coming through on the speakers? Can you guys hear that? Is that better? Louder? Okay. So welcome everyone to the annual Norman County Ag Day program. My name is Heather Dufault. I am the ag educator with Norman County Extension Office. I also cover Polk County as well. So I get to answer questions from all of you guys for ag, from anywhere from apples to zucchinis, everything in between. So that includes livestock and gardening and everything else. So it's a fun job, and I enjoy getting to do these events and speaking with you guys and visiting to hear what you guys are doing and what you guys need for further education. So today I want to make sure that we acknowledge our event sponsors. They're on the back side of your agenda. We have gold and maroon level sponsors, so without all of our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have events like this. So this is great, and I'm very happy to have vendors as well along the sides of your seats. So please, during breaks, make sure to visit with everybody that is got tables here today too. The other thing I want to make sure I note is that again this year, all of our presentations are being broadcast live on yourliveevent.com. So if you have a loved one or a neighbor that can't get out and wants to still hear some of our presentations, they can log into yourliveevent.com and grab that link and watch these live. All right. Make sure if you haven't signed in on the back sign-in table, do that. Sign in on the sign-in sheets. Grab a red ticket if you didn't get one yet. There are some additional door prizes that will be given out at the end of the day. Those red ticket door prizes, you do have to be here to win. So they are must be present to win door prize. We also, in the past couple years, have had some youth presentations. Unfortunately, this year, due to some of the academic responsibilities of the youth for 4-H and FFA, they weren't able to do any presentations this year. So we're just going to get started with our first speaker of the day. Our first speaker today is Dr. Maciek Kazula. He is with the Minnesota Corn Growers Association, and he is the research director. So I'm going to welcome Dr. Kazula to the stage, and he's going to start us off today.
Thank you, Heather.
And then you just have to put this in a pocket or something.
Here, it's okay. Works well. Up.
There you go.
Is the pointer? Oh, nice. Yep. All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here to talk about how Minnesota Corn invests checkoff in research. Just a little bit about myself before I go to the topic. I've been with Minnesota Corn now for a little bit over 4 years. Prior to that, I worked at the University of Minnesota for 3 years as a postdoc. Also, I had a short history with NDSU across the border, working as a postdoc. But I'm also Polish, and in Poland we grow a lot of small grains. I'm sure many of you are small grain producers here, and yeah, that's what I grew up on my farm, growing with my family. And my master's degree is also on small grains. So before I became corn and soy guy, I was involved with small grain production. So I appreciate all the work you guys do. So let's go to the main topic of why I'm here, and start with the mission of Minnesota Corn. The shared mission of Minnesota Corn Growers Association and Minnesota Corn Research and Promotion Council, under joint name Minnesota Corn, is to identify and promote opportunities for corn farmers while enhancing quality of life. This is important because investing in quality research is a huge portion of our mission. On an annual basis, Minnesota Corn invests more than $2 million directly into research and various education and outreach activities. Research runs through discovery and development team made of grower leaders from both organizations, but all decisions made by the team have to be ultimately approved by the council, which projects to fund. For example, in February we'll be deciding which projects to fund for the next year, and council has to eventually approve all of those. In 2024, which is still going actually because contracts they end in April, we have 28 primary research projects. Those projects are mainly led by University of Minnesota academics, but we also work with other institutions. Those are a little longer in duration, usually more pricey as well. We have also very popular innovation grant program. We have 10 innovation grants currently in our portfolio, and those are geared toward farmers, giving farmers opportunity to perform research and innovations on their own operations. We also sponsor a lot of membership and sponsorship requests. We had 11 in 2024. One example is the Soil Management Summit, the annual two-day conference around sustainability. So let's deep dive into the primary research portfolio. We have two main objectives: the production and environmental stewardship objective within this project program. That includes various education and outreach activities that we do, something like Nitrogen Smart program you might be familiar with. We have a lot of typically projects around nutrient management, which is very important to corn and other crops. A lot of projects around disease and pest management, climate change, soil health, sustainability is very important as well. We have projects in that category, some on irrigation. Second objective within this program is the expanded uses objective. We always have to look for ways to increase corn demand, utilization, look for new uses, how to grind more corn. And the area of sustainable polymers has become really promising right now. We have a couple of projects within this area that we'll talk a little bit about later. And of course, we also looking into biofuel industry, ethanol, now sustainable aviation fuel opportunities. We have a project on grain quality as well for export specifically. Mainly we partner with the University of Minnesota Extension, but we have other partners as well on those projects that you see on this slide. I mentioned a little bit Nitrogen Smart program. It is led by extension specialist, nutrient specialist Brad Carlson. It's been around for a little bit over 10 years. It is designed to basically maximize economic return of nitrogen and minimize nitrogen losses. So Brad delivers best nitrogen information, scientific research-based information directly to growers across the state. There are fundamental sessions focusing on just basic management, all the dynamics of nitrogen that are happening in the soil, but also advanced sessions. Example will be advanced manure management or deep dive into 4R principles. There is one module on climate change. So, and we have in-person sessions, but also very well-developed online training. To date, 1,300 participants have attended the workshop that covered about 1 million acres. So it's been very, very successful. I want to also mention that it's free and totally voluntary. There are no obligations, but everyone can take advantage of it. All right, now we cover a couple of projects that are actually happening in your neighborhood here on nutrient-related research, led by Dr. Lindsay Pease. She's stationed at Crookston, University of Minnesota branch. And starting from top, we have the Nitrogen Focus project, which is basically tracking nitrogen dynamics in this type of soils. In this particular research, she's looking at mineralization of nitrogen in season using those plastic tubes installed in the field. Basically, she's able to look at the mineralization changes across 5 different nitrogen rates and also two different soil types to look at the different textures, how this might affect mineralization. So it's a new project, something to really look into. The project at the bottom has the bioreactor focus. Here is the picture, probably it's not very visible, but that was the installation phase of the wood chip bioreactor happening in the fall 2023. The actual measurements started in late summer last year, so we don't have much available yet, but in terms of the nitrates performance, the bioreactor is able to reduce about 60% of the load of nitrates. And for phosphates, we're seeing little bit spikes at the initial phase of the bioreactor, which are pretty stable right now, but actually bioreactor released some phosphates at the early stage of life. So we'll see what performance of this bioreactor will look like in the future. Just to also mention, it is able to treat about 100 acres of John Swanson's farm. One project that we have a little bit more to talk about because it just finalized is on the phosphorus side. It was designed to evaluate how different phosphorus fertility treatments, and such as in terms of rates and sources, can impact phosphorus and nitrogen dynamics in soil in corn-soybean rotation. So for that project, Lindsay selected 3 different fertilizer sources: monoammonium phosphate, microessential SZ, which has a sulfur and zinc in it, and combination of struvite crystal green, which I believe it is a granule slow-release product, with MAP, 75%. And the fertilizers, all the sources were applied at 2 different rates: 100% rate, 100 pounds per bushel to satisfy corn phase of the corn-soybean rotation, and at double rate, 180 pounds per acre to satisfy basically both phases of the corn-soybean rotation, also the soybean phase following year. So what we are finding is very interesting. The top figure here shows the results from first year of the study, 2022. The first column is basically you don't see those distinctions here, but this is a untreated control when fertilizer was not applied. The following 3 are actually the single rate applications and then double rate applications. And sources are listed here. If you don't see, we have a MAP, MAP. This is the second one, a combination of MAP and struvite and the mesh. The same is for the double rate. So the yield response we noticed only in first year, 22. And what was noted in this project is that probably factors other than phosphorus fertility likely affected corn yields as well. As you can recall, both years were extremely dry, unfortunately, in this part of the state, and 2023 was even drier. What was noticed that there were higher rate of immobilization happening in the fields, meaning that nitrogen could have been more limited factor than phosphorus in that particular year, because even though there was more nitrogen in the ground, it was in the form that crop could not use it. It was immobilized. Even though we see small agronomic advantages of double rate in year 2, in first year of the study, it was concluded that generally across 2 years, those agronomic advantages were pretty small, but in a situation when we have a wet springs, this could really create some environmental challenges. So this particular practice is a little less recommended based on this study. But the general recommendation is just to follow current guidelines for phosphorus without much changes. All right. Now I'll show you a couple of projects that we have in our portfolio that are designed to either protect or enhance tools that we have in a toolbox for corn. Starting from top, we have the irrigation study with Dr. Vasu Sharma, irrigation specialist at U of M. In that study, Dr. Sharma is comparing variable rate irrigation technology and variable rate nitrogen technology as opposed to uniform rates of management for irrigation nitrogen, how they affect nitrate leaching, nitrogen and water use efficiencies, and of course the yield. So this is in a third year right now study, close to completion. With what we're seeing right now, it's actually those more advanced techniques work. It's just, yep, here is a little bit the map of the study, how typically it's applied, but it comes with the cost. So we really need to focus on bringing the economics down to have those tools widespread in Minnesota. So look for the final reports from this study. It will be very interesting. I just want to mention one project with Dr. Fei Yang, the new corn entomologist at the U of M. There are some reports of European corn borer resistance being detected in Canada up north, which can be a serious problem to the corn industry. Resistance to transgenic Bt corn, I forgot to mention. And this study is designed to study the resistance in Minnesota. We'll see what it will find out. There is some evidence already early that we might already seeing this as well. We have to really develop strategies what to do about it. So that's something that really is concerning. Last project at the bottom is with Michael Elias at the U of M. He and his team developed a sprayable enzyme, lactonase, that is able to prevent some bacterial diseases, such as Gosses wilt. Probably it's a little blended here, but this is a Gosses wilt example. It works pretty well, this product. It's been in our portfolio, this project, for about 7 years now. It started at the really small scale, lab scale, and gradually progressed to field trials. So hopefully in the future we might be able to add a new tool to the toolbox. So look something interesting. All right, now we have the on-farm sustainability analysis project I want a little bit talk about. It was performed by EOSIN Environmental Group. They are out in Iowa. This is a third-party independent sustainability evaluator company. They use same models as the agencies like USDA, EPA are using to come up with different sustainability scores. And they did study for us on 37,000 acres across almost 500 fields, pretty evenly spread across Minnesota. Most of Minnesota corn leaders participated in this study. The makeup of the fields is kind of shown here on this pie chart. Probably you can't read it, but about 50% of the fields were under reduced tillage or no tillage practices. 24% of fields had cover crops, and there was mainly soybean and corn in the rotation, but there were other crops as well. 20% of land was under different crops. A lot of small grains, wheat, triticale, cereal, rye, some hay, or pastures as well. So very diversified situation. So what we are finding is most important. And we had no idea what to find, first of all, because this was unknown for us. We took a little, risk on that. But soil erosion rate, what we are finding is kept at 0.67 tons per acre, okay? The national average is believed to be 4.6 tons per acre. This is much, much lower than national average. And in Minnesota, the official records are telling 7 tons per acre. Okay, soil erosion rate. So we have a very small erosion rate on those corn and soybean and other crop fields, because this is across the entire farm. This is not just this corn portion. This is the whole farm operation, because growers had to provide all the management information to that company to run this sustainability score. Next in line is the carbon sequestration was 0.16 tons per acre, which is good, meaning that we're adding carbon to the ground, probably because 18% of the land received manure, and manure is a high carbon source. This offset the negative effect from nitrous oxide, and greenhouse gas emissions were kept basically at zero, which is also good to see. And about 51% of the acres received nitrogen inhibitor or stabilizer in this study. So what we can do with those numbers is very powerful. We can find it very influential when we talk to different policymakers, influencers at the Capitol. Grower leaders found it very useful in our policy stuff. But also it can give a farmer a tool, because this is the aggregated report across all 500 fields and farms participated, but each farmer received individual report that was kind of, they can use for whatever they like to use it for. But there are a lot of programs out there related to carbon markets, and there are new being developed constantly. So they have a tool in their hands that they can decide whether standards that they have to follow are realistic or not. So this is very important information for them. All right, to wrap up the primary research program that we have, I just want to talk a little bit about the expanded uses objective. This is the objective that is designed to create new markets, find new opportunities for corn, find new uses. One promising area right now is on the sustainable polymers. All plastics basically can be made out of crops and corn nowadays. Now the question is whether they are economical, whether they can compete against the petroleum-based products. So this center at the University of Minnesota is doing work in that space. We've invested more than $3 million in the last 6 years into that center, and we have some good results right now that are very promising. 2 startup companies have been initiated in recent years based on partially due to our investment. One is the Lacryl Technology company. They developed a bioacrylic acid that can be, it's very important in the painting and adhesive industries. So yeah, very big market opportunity for Lacryl. The same for Valerian Materials. That's the newer company that was just initiated. They have a new molecule that can be used in a polyester clothing business and textiles. So huge market opportunities. Hopefully those companies will succeed and there will be more corn grind down the road. We also are interested in SAF opportunity. We have one project right now with Dr. Will Northrop at the U of M. He's basically trying to feed CO2, which is normally a waste in ethanol plant, into the SAF production, whether it can be also used to produce fuel. So it's more like a modeling experiment. It's a long shot, but it's always worth to try, something to look forward to. So we just finished those big university-led projects. We talked about some examples. Now in last 2 slides, we look at the Innovation Grant Program, which is designed by farmers to farmers. To date, more than 100 projects have been funded through this opportunity. It was initiated in 2016. Typical funding range is from $2,000 to $30,000 per year. Last year we had 10 projects funded. But for you, it's important to know is that the funding opportunity for the next year, actually this year, runs until mid-January, and probably I can add a few more days. So if you have any problem in your farm, a potential solution how to solve this problem, but you don't want to take too much risk, this might be something that you could consider, because we can provide some help. We always look for those intriguing questions and ideas that we can use and share with others and solve problems. So priorities are very broad, ranging from new use priorities, but a lot of projects usually are within the nutrient use efficiency priority. We have a comparative tillage innovations and a few others focusing on improving just production efficiency of corn. Just to give you a flavor what some of the successful projects might look like that we have currently in our portfolio, and those actually are happening in your neighborhood as well. We have on top project with Vance Johnson. That's a soil health demonstration site in Wilkin County, where Vance is comparing different tillage systems, no-till, strip-till, and conventional till, with and without cover crops, on extended 5-year-long rotation, where corn is present only 2 years in this rotation. Now we have in the middle sulfur study with Kirk Stuvey in Traverse County. Steve teamed up with precision ag person at the U of M, Yushin Miao, and they are testing different sulfur management strategies using the variable sulfur fertilizer technology on his field. Here is the map of the variable sulfur technology, and what they're finding is really, really interesting. The potential profit ranged from 29 to even 110 dollars per acre, which is very positive news. So this study continues, and actually Kirk will be at Ag Expo with his poster. If you are planning to be at Ag Expo, you can directly talk to Kirk about his findings. We also have a project with Blair Hossett in Mahnomen County, a little bit north. Blair is using beef manure in on his field and try to fine-tune beef manure applications, comparing it to commercial fertilizer, and he has some cover crops as well on his field. Yeah, so that's kind of completes what I had to say today to you. Just want to make a few points. All our projects are listed regularly on our website. All progress reports, final reports on projects that I mentioned and I did not mention, you can find on our website. Please visit, email me directly if you have any questions, or call me. If you are a Chekhov contributor, you are getting the leader update, corn talk from us. We often post research news in those channels. And also, please communicate with Luke Haggerty, our new district field manager for this area. Luke will be happy to help you out. I brought with me a lot of research brochures where we, in a really nice summary, show all the projects. It's like a 3 or 4 page document. You can learn a little bit more, so grab one brochure. Yeah, and that's kind of all I had. And I welcome any questions if you have.
Any questions for Dr. Kasul? All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kazula. Thank you. All right, and I think Luke was planning to be here, but he had to go home sick, I believe, right, Lorianne? So we'll have to catch him at another time. So at this time, I'm going to turn over the microphone and the stage to the Norman County Soybean and Corn Growers Association for their annual meeting. So, Austin. You have to put this in a pocket or something. So.
Oops.
Good morning, everybody. Well, Heather's getting the slides up. I'm Austin Tremolis. If you don't know me, I'm sure most of you know of me, have heard of me. I'm the vice president for Norman County Soybean and Corn Growers. Our president, Corey Hansen, had other obligations today, so I'm up here filling in for him. You want me? I can do that. Here's our current board of directors for for Norman County Soybean and Corn Growers. I'll give you a few seconds to look over our annual meeting schedule for this morning. I officially call this meeting to order, by the way. I'll give you a few seconds to look over the secretary's report. We're not going to have Danny read it. It's just easier to do it this way. Do I have a motion from the floor to approve the secretary's report? Rebecca Sipp moves. Is there a second? Thank you, David. David Swenson seconds. Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Don't be too quiet or shy. All those opposed? Secretary's report will be filed. Treasurer's report, David, if you would come up to the stage. I'm guessing it's not on the slide, or?
It's on the slide.
Oh, it is. Here.
I don't like holding this.
I got it.
It can sit just like that then. All right. Can you hear me? Good enough. Okay. Okay, our beginning balance this year was $3,635.03. We took in $24,863.19. We had expenses of $12,455.95. So we ended up with $16,042.27. Our income this year, we get from reimbursements from Minnesota Corn at we had just about $5,000 in Minnesota Corn of $7,000, but then they have changed our reimbursement form, so they actually have given us money in advance for 2025. So we ended up, we've already got $10,500 for corn this year to spend on advertising and everything else. So that's why our income was up about $10,000. So, and then our expenses this year, we spent about $9,000 on advertising with the radio. We give Reach $645 for food at Christmas time for their food baskets, and then we had a scholarship about $500. So that takes care of the treasurer's report.
Is there a motion to accept the treasurer's report? So moved. Moved by Danny Brandt. Is there a second? Second by Rebecca Sipp. Is there any questions? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The treasurer's report will be filed. Thank you, David. Before we get into activities and other things that we've been doing in the past year, I just want to see a show of hands. How many of you are current members of either Minnesota soy or Minnesota corn? How about soybeans, if you know? How about corn? How many of you raise corn? Why aren't you a member of Minnesota corn? It costs $0. All you have to do is fill out a piece of paper, send it into the office, and you become a member. Your membership in these organizations really help us as an organization through a lot of different things. You'll see the activities that we do just here locally, but on state and national level, we're able to go down to the state capitol and lobby for us up in Norman County and other counties, help spread information, find out information. I've taken many trips to St. Paul, and I can tell you that there's a lot of things that are going on down there that we're not aware of, that soybeans, corn, wheat, whatever commodity it is fighting for us as farmers. One in particular, there was a drainage portal bill that was going to be introduced into the House. And I can assure you that none of us want to have to apply for ditching our fields every year. And that was the goal of the drainage portal. So the money through sponsorship and membership goes to help combat those types of things. So it's very important to be members. The cost is minimal. I know you can get a 3-year membership through Minnesota Soy for $250 for those 3 years. Corn, like I said, if you raise, I think 7,500 bushel, you get a year, and you'll have to remind me, guys, what the bushel amount is, but most of us would probably be over that amount, but you can get a 3-year membership for or a 1 year for just raising corn. So please consider that. I know Lorianne's probably got membership forms over there. You can certainly sign up today, but those memberships are important. So some of the activities that we had this year in conjunction with Norman County Farm Bureau, there's the Dinner with a Farmer that we host before the fair starts. It's been a really good event. We've had a lot of people show up for this. This is an event that was started a few years ago, and it was just to highlight things in Norman County. So we try to use products that are raised here in the county, whether it's sugar from sugar beets, or wheat for bread products, or corn chips, soybeans. There's soy oil and soybean products and just about everything if you look at labels. So it's been a really good event. We've had a consistent number of people, I think anywhere from 200 to 250 show up for this meal, and we really thank Farm Bureau for helping with the event and doing a lot to get this event hosted and going. We also have the corn pit and soybean pit that the kids like at the fair. We also have that at National Night Out. We consistently donate books to the schools that have information on agriculture, because the one thing that we can do as an ag community is inform our children of what we do on the farm and why that's important. Every year we give out scholarships. This last year, Cheyenne Hildy and Maddie Steen both got scholarships for college. Donating food to Reach is another thing that we do every year, either for Christmas or Thanksgiving. There's donated feed farmers in the field. So this is part of the KRJB and FFA promotion that we do. A lot of the stuff we do with KRJB is to help promote corn and soybeans, and to help these programs like Dinner in the Field, where you get Subway, or where FFA brings out stuff to you guys after you call in, or if do things through the radio station. So there's a lot of activities and things we do throughout the county, and we're certainly open to new ideas. And if you want to get involved, there's always open positions on the board, or just to come help with events like Dinner with a Farmer or any of these other activities. So don't be shy if you want to be involved. One of the things that we have today are elections, and I'm actually not running, so please don't nominate me. I've been serving on the corn and soybean board for a number of years now, and with the addition of another little one, it makes my family a family of four, with 4 kids, my wife, and multiple other things going on. It's time to step down and let somebody else. So if you want to be active in the board, don't hesitate to raise your hand. Otherwise, reach out to Lorianne, Rebecca, Danny, or David. They can certainly fill you in, but we have 2 seats open. So if there's any nominations, I would take those now. You want Rebecca Sipp has been nominated. Don't be shy. Daniel, you want to be on the Norman County and Soybean Board? After college? Well, you can do it while you're in college. Sorry to pick on you. Seeing none, we'll close nominations. All those in favor of Rebecca Sipp signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Congratulations, Rebecca. You're officially on the Norman County Soybean and Corn Board. Like I said, if you know of anybody or are interested, certainly reach out to any of these individuals and get involved. We really appreciate those that are members of both soybean and corn, whether you're a member of soybean, whether you're a member of corn, or both of them. Like I said, your membership is important, and please consider being a member if you're not. Luke is not here today. He's not feeling well, so we're going to skip the corn overview, but I'd like to invite Rebecca Sipp up here to give an overview of what's been going on with Minnesota soy. You want to hold it? It's in my pocket, so I'm just going to...
All right, this isn't my comfortable position, so I'll do the best that I can. Austin did his best this last spring and roped me into this position somehow. And I think that's because he already knew in advance that he was planning on leaving. So he actually did a good job of filling space for doing that. So I'm Rebecca Sipp. If you don't know me, I'm from north of Ada, about 5 miles. I grew up on a farm, and I've actually been actively farming for the last 7 to 8 years. Wendell Sipp is my dad, and I farm with my brother and my sister. And like I said, I joined the board, was it March of this last year, of Norman County Corn and Soybean Board. And then Corey Hansen moved from the Minnesota Soybean Growers Association Board into the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council, and asked me if I would take his position representing Norman County to the MSGA. And so I started to do that probably in June or July sometime. So it's been a new experience for me. I'm kind of just basically learning all the acronyms that are involved with the organization and meeting a lot of people and learning the ins and outs of what goes on down at MSGA. So it's been an interesting year for me. We're gonna dig into, I don't have a ton of stuff to talk on, but Minnesota soybean, both the research side and MSGA, they've been doing a lot of work. This last year, they've been busy in Uzbekistan. They are working on new trade there with soybean meal. I don't know if you've paid attention there, but they are opening a lot of doors. And they are also working on, this middle of the summer, they were up at Duluth, and they were working on checking to see if soybeans could be, work through the ports up at Duluth, that you could bring soybeans up there, and that's another thing that they're working on research on. Let me see here. So Minnesota Expo is going to be happening on the 21st and 23rd. I don't know if any of you are planning to go down there. I've never been there. This is going to be my first time, but I know there's a lot of great meetings and educational stuff that's going to be going on. And Lori is in charge of, if anybody wants to take a bus down there, there's going to be a whole bus from up in this area that's going to be going down to Mankato. And so if you are interested in going to Minnesota Ag Expo and interested in joining the bus, contact Lori, because she is in charge of that and will get you on that. Something that Minnesota Soybean is promoting is for anyone who is chemical certification. If your pesticide certification is coming up due this year. Minnesota Soybean is reimbursing you $75 towards that. And it's a very simple process. All you do is fill out the form, send it in. And I think the certification costs you $100. So basically you're covering 75%. Very simple thing. So if your pesticide certification is due this year and you need to renew it, Minnesota Soybean is for the first 200, I believe, people that apply for it, they're covering that. Thank you. Yes, for young farmers, so age 45 and under is being covered by Minnesota Soybean on that. All you have to do is apply. It's very simple. Something else here. Minnesota Soybean is raffling off arcade machines. 2 arcade machines, retro. One is a wide body, one is a narrow body. I am not the person to sell this to you because I absolutely know nothing about arcade machines. But each arcade can play and store over 5,000 arcade and console games. It plays original game versions, LED screens, SandWall joysticks, premium sound system with subwoofer, headphone jack, ability to add games. All right, so maybe you need one of these in your man cave. I think they're doing a total of 750 tickets, and it's $20 a ticket. I only have a couple left. If you're interested, come see me. I'm over at the booth over there. I do have the availability to get more, so if you're interested in something like that, just come talk to me. What else? All right, so I'm just going to touch on membership really quick, because one thing that I didn't understand before was like, why do you have to pay to be a member of Minnesota Soybean, but you use your checkoff dollars for Minnesota corn? Well, with Minnesota Soybean, none of your checkoff dollars can actually be used towards political purposes. It can be used towards research or promoting ag, but everybody knows here that you can't get very far without money anywhere, and we can't do anything politically through your checkoff dollars. It has to be money that's given. So that is where your membership money from Minnesota Soybean goes to. And just from a personal view, a personal level here, we're with the elections and everything this year, I feel like there's going to be a battle not only from the left or the right. This is from both sides. I'm 31 years old. I'm a woman. I'm on Instagram. There are thousands, probably 10,000s of influencer women who are my age, who are on Instagram, who every day are telling people to not buy foods that have been sprayed with pesticides, to not buy, they want you to buy organic. I have nothing against organic, but they're telling you to only buy organic. And they're telling you to don't buy GMO food, okay? There's tens of thousands of these influencers on Instagram. This is both sides of the aisle. This isn't one side or the other. This is both sides. Now, I feel like I can speak to this because I'm actually very much into health. I love being healthy. I do a lot of things to stay healthy. But I grew up on a farm, and we've sprayed chemicals on our farm. And the last 7-8 years, I have been involved with working with chemical as much as the average farmer, okay? I work with chemicals. And according to everything that they're saying online, I should be a very unhealthy person. But we need to be the voice of common sense of what are the other common denominators when they're saying that people are sick. You see all these lawsuits, places that are going after companies. And if this is really true, then how come we're not sick when we deal with this the most of anybody? And I'm not saying at all that we should not be careful with chemicals. I am absolutely saying we need to handle them in the best way. My dad always talked about that when he was younger, he would go out in the field and he would be the marker for his brother's spray plane to drive over and spray him in the field. And that, how many people here did that? I see a show of hands. How many of you actually stood out there and had the spray plane go over you? My uncle, yes, it runs in the family. So we need to be careful but handling chemicals appropriately, Again, personally, people have probably seen RFK. There's things personally, I like some things about RFK, okay? But there has been a comment that I've heard him say over and over again that we are going to ban pesticides in the United States that are already banned in other countries. And I don't know if he's ignoring the farmers in other countries or if he has never taken the time to see what's going on with other farmers in other countries, but we all know that the farmers in other countries who are having these bans on their pesticides are struggling to grow a crop like we can grow here, and are struggling to produce the crop that is needed. So what I'm saying is, in the end, when this is all said and done, sorry that got long-winded, but there's a lot going on at the legislative level, and the only way we can work with that is with money, unfortunately. And so we appreciate your membership and your voice. Just talk to people, be willing to have the conversations. That's appreciated. Am I missing anything? Probably said too much. No, you did good. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rebecca. You made some really good points about membership. You know, membership also goes to pay our lobbyists, and we have some very good lobbyists that work for us in soy, corn, and our other commodities. So membership is crucially important, and it is a battle every day. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and like Rebecca said, the world doesn't turn without some cash, right? So open your pocketbook. With that, is there any other business? Perfect. So if you're missing your corn membership, go over and see the table over there. Without any other business, do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Danny. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Austin. All right, this leads us up to our break time. We're just a few minutes early, but that's okay. So we will break on site for a 30-minute break and then come back with Dr. Jim Anderson. So we'll be back at 10:30. At this time, I'd also just like to make sure that we thank our booth exhibitors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, American Federal Bank, Bennett Hooglam Agency, GK Technologies, Hefty Seeds, Red River Ag, Norman County Soybean and Corn Growers, Norman County Soil and Water Conservation District, Monoman Public Health, Pearly Community Co-op, Cess Vanderhoef Seedex, Sugar Beet Seed, West Central Ag Services, and Valley United Co-ops. Again, thank you to the sponsors and the booths for today. So we'll return at 10:30. Housekeeping notes, men's restroom
You are watching the 47th annual Norman County Ag Day here in 2025. We will be back here shortly.
Oh, yes, perfect. Yep. All right. Also, when you walked in, you got a book of information, and inside that book is a yellow evaluation sheet. At some point during the day, make sure you fill that evaluation sheet out. We use that information to help build the future programs, so it's important for us to get that information back on your feedback. And then during the Norman County Soybean Grower meeting, Rebecca brought up pesticide applicator trainings, and I just wanted to remind everybody that on the back extension table there is a postcard that has all the Northwest Minnesota trainings listed on it. And so next week we start off our meetings. There's a meeting in Comstock on Monday, January 13th. There's a meeting, a recertification meeting in McIntosh next week, January 14th. That one's at 9 o'clock in the morning. Comstock is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then on Thursday next week, we're going to be back in Norman County over in Twin Valley at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on January 16th. So if you need that pesticide applicator recertification, there's a card on the back extension table. You should have gotten your card from MDA as well. So please make sure that you get your license renewed. If you have not had your pesticide applicator license, you do need to take a written test or an online test to get your license. So if you need that information, come and see us at the extension office, and we have all the books and the tests over there. So we're going to get back to our program, and our next speaker today is Dr. Jim Anderson. Jim is the spring wheat breeder for the University of Minnesota, so we're going to hear about some of the varieties and what are some things to look forward to for our 2025 selections. So please welcome Dr. Jim Anderson. This goes in your pocket. Right and left, and then a pointer. How's that?
All right, thank you, Heather.
You bet.
All right, so this presentation is co-authored by Joachim Wiersma. I think most of you know Joachim. So he gave a similar presentation at Prairie Grains in Grand Forks a couple of weeks ago. So some of this data is going to look familiar, so I'm going to kind of give an overview of how 2024 went, what some of the issues are, But the main focus is going to be on variety performance with a focus on the newer varieties. And I'm going to try to point out a couple in particular that I think that we should be looking at in the next couple of years, or at least I think they're going to be popular. So all of this data can be found at varietytrials.umn.edu. If you just Google spring wheat Minnesota, I think you'll be able to find this. So recent U of M releases, so what has our program put out there? We've had Linkert, Bowles, Shelley. Shelley is kind of popular in southwest North Dakota, of all places. A little bit of around here, but the two that are really hanging around are Torgy and Rasse. Rasse jumped up to number 2 in the state this last year. Here's the top 7 varieties in the state and the percentage of acreage that they captured over the last 3 years. So Westbred 9590 is number 1 this year, holding in there. Rasse took a big jump, so it's a 2022 release. So we expect jumps like this. Now it's kind of maybe not quite fully saturated, but I think anybody that wanted seed last year could probably get it, and that's certainly going to be the case this year as well. Torgy took a little bit of a slip. Some of that Torgy acreage probably went to Rasse. Valda's hanging in there. Westbred 9490, Murdoch, and Wildcat rounded out. When I look at this list, there's some older varieties there. So the Westbreds are from 2017, Torgy's from 2020, Valda's from like 2016, 2015. So getting to be some older varieties. So we're going to focus on some of the newer ones and what you might want to look at if you want to start replacing those. So here's 15 new varieties that we either tested for the first time or were presenting their data for the first time if they were tested as an experimental, and now we've got 2 years of data. So this is a record number of new varieties. Usually we're sitting at 7 or 8. Not all of these are coming from breeding programs. Some of them are genetics providers, so they're buying those genetics from other areas. They could be coming in from Canada, Europe, Argentina, excess genetics, if you will, from other breeding programs. So there's a little bit of trading going on here, essentially. So we've got one from AgriPro, Elevate, Champions Alliance Group, a couple from Cropland or Winfield United, a couple from Nutrien, one from Lima Grain, 2 from NDSU. I'm going to talk a lot about ND Stampede today. I think that one's going to attract a lot of attention over the next few years. A couple from 21st Century Genetics and 3 from Thunder Seed. So as I go through these tables, and the left-hand side, it looks like the screen is getting cut off a little bit. But all of the 2023 and 2024 releases are bolded. So you can hopefully quickly see where the newer varieties are falling relative to the others. So all the slides, I'm going to show a lot of slides like this with all of the varieties on it, with their ratings for diseases and straw strength. Here we have yield. Green is good, which means it was in the higher group. Red is low. So anything on the left-hand side of the screen is going to be kind of better than average, on the right-hand side, lower than average. So a few things to point out here. Linkert has kind of always been near the bottom. It's pretty consistent, lowest yielding among the things that we've been testing. It was popular because of its straw strength and protein, obviously. Still hanging around a little bit in areas. Trigger, Buster, they've kind of been big yielders. CP 3099A is this one here. See that red though in 2024? It didn't have a great year. These are non-fungicided trials. We had several locations where stem rust got into that variety and brought down its yield quite a bit. The 3-year yield is still pretty good though. Here's ND Stampede. So look at where that's sitting. It's right among that highest yield group. So anything up there is going to attract some attention, and it's got a little bit of protein too. Much better, much higher protein than Trigger, Buster, or the 3099A. So continuing on, here's protein. Here's where ND Stampede is, 13.8, so about average for these varieties. Most years you could probably get a 14% protein on it, I think. Here's 3099A, Buster, and Trigger. So those were those three highest yielding ones. They're on the lower protein side. ND Thresher, this is a new one. That's more of a high protein, high quality variety, but it's going to be lower in yield. So we usually see that sort of a trade-off. The bacon quality column, we rate that on a 1 to 9 scale, where 1 is best, 9 is worst. A lot of good choices in there. There's a lot of varieties where we don't have rated yet because we don't have our 2023 results yet. So we don't have our own milling and baking quality lab at the University of Minnesota. We rely on the USDA ARS lab in Fargo, North Dakota. And they had to move out of their old facility into the new Peltier building. So that move was completed over the winter, and they're almost a year behind. And our stuff wasn't their highest priority to work on. So we're waiting on the 2023 data. So by the time next year rolls around, we should have good quality ratings on all of these varieties. I always show a slide like this, yield versus protein. You probably can't pick all of these, or can't see the actual variety names. The ones in red are the most popular, and some of them are on our picks list as well. For 2024, it isn't as steep of a slope as it usually is. We had some decent yield with protein this year. And I think that's, because of the climate conditions we had, kind of the rain, it kept our trials uniform. I think we had enough nitrogen on for the most part. So we had a lot in that 14% protein range with pretty good yields. This one, way on the right-hand side here, highest yield group, that is ND Stampede. So that's kind of the direction where breeders are always trying to go. This upper quadrant, high protein, high yield, Stampede is definitely pushing into that quadrant. So I know that's going to attract some attention. How about straw strength? So again, rated on a 1 to 9. Linkert, I would say, is still the strongest available out of all of these. Anything with a 3, though, is going to stand up under most conditions. That's why those Westbred varieties are popular. MN Rasse, I was hoping we could rate it as a 2. It's a little closer to a 3. If I put a decimal place on there, it'd be like a 2.5, 2.6. So it's pretty strong. Here's ND Stampede. It's a 4. It's not going to be as strong as a Rasse, comparable to a Torgi, probably a little better than a Valda. So not terrible, but not in that strong straw group either. Of these other newer varieties, there's a lot that are weaker, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, so definitely take that into consideration as you're choosing among those newer varieties. Scab. So we had a lot of issues this last year. We had probably some of the more plentiful and timely rainfalls that we've had in the last 30 years probably, and one of the consequences of that is that we had a lot of scab. The southern Minnesota locations, Waseca, Lamberton, St. Paul campus, they had more scab than I have ever seen in our trials before, and I've been doing this for 26 years. So I wasn't the spring wheat breeder here in 93, 94, 95 when there was a lot of scab out there, but in the last 26, 27 years, this was as bad as I've seen in those locations. These are non-fungicided trials with improved genetics, but there was still a ton of scab. Our Crookston location had a lot of scab. If you go south from Crookston, it was a little more spotty. Some locations had scab, DON issues, some didn't. When you went north of Crookston, it seemed to be less of a problem. So I want to make sure we emphasize this trait. Yes, fungicides help. They can reduce the damage up to 70%,
but those genetics kind of take you the rest of the way where you can get that DON below 2 ppm and avoid a yield or test weight hit. So anything that we rate as 3 or 4, I would consider as moderately resistant, and I would encourage you to try to choose from varieties on that side. 5 and above, 5 is probably borderline. You can get by most years. 6 and 7s, I would just kind of say there are probably alternatives in those 3, 4, and even 5s that you could consider switching to and have less risk of dealing with scab. So those West bred varieties, they're both 7s. Here's ND Stampede, the one I've been pointing out. It's a 4. Thresher's also a 4. So I think they're going to be fine for scab. Bacteria leaf streak is another disease that we really have to rely on genetics. There's no kind of cultural control. This is a disease I thought was going to be a lot worse because of all of the moisture that we had this last year. I think bacteria leaf streak thrives on a little higher temperature. And we really didn't have, we had pretty conducive temperatures for good wheat growing this last year. We didn't have any extended period with higher temperatures. So I think that kept the bacteria leaf streak down a little bit. We've got some good choices here. There's 2s, 3s, 4s. I think all of those would be good choices. There's only a few that were probably ones you would want to avoid if you've had this issue. Gunsmoke, that's rated as an 8. If we had bacteria leaf streak anywhere, Gunsmoke was probably going to be the worst variety. 9590 is rated as a 6. So that one's also one of the worst for that disease. Stampede's a 5. So kind of borderline, yeah, you can have problems with it, but most years it probably shouldn't be too severe. Tan spot, septoria, powdery mildew. So we had all of these guys last year as well. The tan spot septorias are fairly easily controlled with fungicides. I know it's very common to put on a fungicide at a 3 to 5 leaf stage with the herbicide, maybe again at flag leaf if you've got issues. And I know most of you are putting on a fungicide at anthesis. That's going to help with these fungal diseases as well. But if you're not putting on fungicides, there are a lot of varietal differences here. Race is probably one of the better varieties for tan spot and septoria. The NDSU root ratings prove that out too. We do see powdery mildew on Race, but it doesn't get to too damaging levels. Again, there's 6s and 7s. These are probably the ones to avoid. Again, if you're doing a 2 fungicide program, this probably isn't going to be too big of a issue for you, but definitely something to consider if you're trying to avoid fungicide applications. The rust. I haven't talked about leaf rust, stripe rust, or stem rust in probably at least 10 years because we just don't get a lot of it. We don't get the severity or the frequency. This last year, we saw 2 of these rusts. So normally leaf rust is the most common one. So those are the orange spots on the leaves that are kind of scattered. This last year, we saw more of this one on top, which is stripe rust. It's more of a brighter color of orangish color, and the spores are in stripes, kind of along the veins of the leaves. We had a couple of, I saw that for the first time this year in Castleton, North Dakota. The breeders had a field day. It was like June 14th or so. The wheat was just flowering, and there was stripe rust. And that's a scary vision because we're early in the growing season, and if that starts to spread, it can reproduce and create new spores in 7 to 9 days. So it can go through multiple cycles during the growing season. So I was on the lookout for stripe rust across the state. We saw it in La Center, which is just south of the Twin Cities. We saw it in Becker, which is kind of the St. Cloud area, and up in Oakley. So what's the pattern there? I don't know. It's just the spores are blowing in from the Great Plains, Kansas, Nebraska, and it just depends on where those spores deposit. Other locations, we really didn't see too much. North Dakota, South Dakota, I think they saw a little bit more. So there are some issues with stripe rust. ND Stampede, that new one from North Dakota, we have it rated as a 7. NDSU rated it as a 9. So they saw a lot of stripe rust on ND Stampede. Stem rust, so 3099A, that was one of those high-yielding, low-protein varieties. It's onless. That's about as bad as we see for stem rust. Several locations across the state had stem rust. There's not a lot of stem rust on wheat, but boy, if it's, if this variety is out there, you're probably going to see stem rust on it if you didn't fungicide it. Now, all of these rust can be controlled with fungicides. If you're putting on something at the flag leaf or even adanthesis for scab, you're probably going to have at least decent control of these rusts as well. But if you didn't put fungicide on and you had 3099A, you probably had damage. If you had Stampede and you were up in Oakley or central Minnesota, you probably had damage. All right, here's another issue we had this last year, pre-harvest sprouting. So we had a lot of rain mid-August, just kind of middle of harvest time, and it stayed wet for several days. We had several varieties with sprouting and falling number issues. Our rating, I would say, maybe caution that it's a relative rating. So a 1 here, if this were a disease, 1 is essentially immunity. A 1 just means these guys are going to be the slowest to sprout, and the higher numbers are going to be the ones that sprout faster. They don't need as a long of an extended period. And let me show you how we do our ratings. So we go out into our yield plots, which in each variety, we grab 5 spikes at physiological maturity. So we're doing all of this basically over a period of 3 days. So there'll be a first harvest and a second harvest. And we try to get everything at physiological maturity so we have them all at the same stage of growth. Because once you get past physiological maturity, the seed dormancy gradually dissipates. And by the time you're at harvest ripeness, you're at lower levels of seed dormancy in the more susceptible varieties. So we take those spikes, box them all up, haul them back to St. Paul, let them air dry for 5 days, and just that drying process gives pretty normal germinable seed, but they've all been kind of fixed at that same growth stage. Then we throw them in a freezer at -20. That kind of keeps them all from losing any dormancy while they're frozen. Pull them out of the freezer and put them in a rack like this and throw them in a dew chamber. And this maybe doesn't show too well on this slide, but some of these are sprouting. This guy's got green. I think in the handouts it probably shows fairly well. Most of them are not sprouted. So we're rating all of these in terms of how fast they sprouted. So do they have little roots, or do they have coleoptiles? And how many, how frequent it is. And the really bad ones, they'll have long coleoptiles over the whole spike. The better ones, maybe there's just one seed with a little rootlet coming out. So that's how we do this rating. You leave any of these guys in this condition for long enough, they're all going to sprout. Obviously, they're all going to lose their seed dormancy eventually because they got to grow the next year. So the one word of caution here, that new variety I've been talking about, ND Stampede, is probably the worst that we've seen for pre-harvest sprouting. We have it rated as a 6. There's room for worse things, because if we were growing white wheats, white-seeded instead of red-seeded wheat, the whites would typically be worse. So we have that advantage in this region, that the red seeds have some built-in dormancy, because the same genes that can control the red kernel color also make that seed more dormant. So they're in kind of the same biochemical pathway. And that's the reason we don't grow white wheats, is because we would have huge sprouting issues. Test weight I want to mention. Usually I don't say too much about test weight, but it was especially low this last year because of scab. And again, these are from non-fungicide treated trials. And we also had rain after harvest ripeness at many of our test locations. The rule of thumb is about an inch of rain after harvest ripeness will reduce your test weight about a pound per bushel. We saw that play out in many of our locations. So the average of all these varieties is about 58. Usually we're averaging between 60 and 61. So two pounds per bushel lower. Even with these lower test weights across the state, we still had record yields. Average yields were 68 and a half bushels. So we had fairly good climatic conditions, temperature, enough rainfall. The fertility was there that we could get the yields despite lower test weights. Point out this guy, 3099A, this was stem rust. So we had some locations, the test weight was in the 40s. That's what stem rust unabated can do. All right, finally to the picks. So these are Joachim and I getting together. I think this list is almost exactly the same as last year, with maybe one variety has been deleted. So to get on this list has to be tested for 3 years. So we feel really good about the consistency of performance. 4 or less for FHB, so moderately resistant, 5 or less for BLS, 3 or less for pre-harvest sprouting, and it's got to have some baking quality. So 6 or less, that's not a real high bar. So we've got Race on there. Race's got good yield, a nitrogen use efficiency. In other words, it makes use of that nitrogen that you're putting on to produce both yield and some protein. Good straw strength. The quality is a 5, so not great. I would call that acceptable. If all of the wheat that we grew was a 5, it'd probably be okay, but maybe have some grumblings out there. Valda still hanging in there for yield. Little weaker straw, a little worse for lodging. This SY611, that's an AgriPro line. It's for Clearfield. So you don't have to use that herbicide, but it's a different herbicide chemistry that could control some tougher weeds. Quality is the only issue there. We know Torgy, Driver out of South Dakota, Ambush. Cannon we put on here just for something that's really early. A lot of these other varieties are a little bit on the later side. Torgy, Valda, Race can always be a little bit later. Cannon is early. You don't see the Westbreds on here, mostly due to scab, BLS, but the Westbreds do good for the other traits, but scab and BLS are problems. All right, last slide with data. I want to give a hint as to what our next variety may be coming down the line. So we've basically had a little bit of a drought, so we've had trouble beating Torgy and Race. We're not going to release something just to throw it out there and have it fall flat on its face. We want to release something that's going to be competitive. I think this is going to be our next release, where it's MN2109-4. 2024 was the first year that we had it in yield trials with all the other varieties. So this is kind of an apples comparison. So it's only 2024 data, but we can see compared to the other varieties that are popular at this time, it's higher yielding, so it's competitive with Stampede, maybe a bushel or two lower than Stampede, which is not on this graph. A little bit earlier heading than Torgy or Race. Straw strength is going to be fine. It's probably will settle in as a 3, which is still pretty darn good. That's what we have Race rated as. One thing that gets me excited is seeing that high test weight. So this was a low test weight year, and this line maintained its test weight. And there's some protein there, 14.2, so similar protein that we're seeing on Torgy. The diseases look fine, nothing earth-shattering, nothing terrible. But that combination, I think we've got some yield, test weight, straw strength, protein. So if that continues to have another good year in 2025, we'll send it for winter increase. It'll go for foundation seed increase in 2026. and then it would be a release this time in 2027. So essentially 5 years behind Rothsay. So if it's released in 2027, that means 2029 is when kind of seed is widely available. One question I did get at our meeting yesterday in Dilworth, Andy Stampede, there is seed available. It's at a foundation and registered status right now, but I understand that Minnesota growers can possibly get a hold of registered seed. So I think you'd probably go through your County Crop Improvement Association to try to access that seed. All right, finally acknowledge our team. This is the folks that I work most closely with, Department of Agronomy and Plant Genetics down in St. Paul. Pathology, food science, and nutrition, they do some work with us, not full milling and baking, but they do some kind of quick tests for us that help us screen our germplasm. A number of USDA researchers, again, Yoakum running is 10 on-farm field sites. And lastly, acknowledging our funding sources, so Wheat Research and Promotion Council, it's kind of a growing proportion of our funding over the last few years. So very, very thankful for that. U.S. Wheat and Barley Scab Initiative, that's federal funding. So that comes from lobbying efforts from growers going back to 1997 is when that initiative first started. That's providing about $160,000 a year. And it's not just for scab resistance, it's kind of for general breeding program support. And then we have also something called the Small Grains Initiative. That is also grower lobbying at the state legislature. We've had that funding since 1996, but there's been no increase, no inflationary increase, so inflation has kind of eroded the effectiveness of that funding. But I would encourage you to continue your lobbying efforts in DC, in state legislature. It makes a difference. That's a big help that we get in agriculture is grower support for sure. So I'll stop there, and if we have time for a few questions.
Do you sell like germplasm to private companies, or do you get some from private companies?
So the question is what our relationship with private companies and germplasm. So it depends on the company. So among the universities, we essentially freely share our most advanced materials. So every year we'll test probably 5 of our most advanced experimentals in a regional nursery that gets grown across North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, even into Montana. Anything that a university enters in there, we can essentially cross with freely. With the companies, some companies behave almost like universities where we can make crosses with it, but more and more it's getting to where we need a material transfer agreement or something that's a legal agreement. It's essentially a swap. Okay, here's 3 or 4 or 5 that you can cross with. Give me, I want to be able to cross with these 5. So we do have those relationships with most companies. With some companies, it's like no, they don't let us cross with their materials at all. So it varies by the company.
Any other questions for Jim?
Can you comment on the falling numbers issues more that we saw when we scattered in the field? I don't know if you guys do any research on that.
Yeah, so falling numbers is related to pre-harvest sprouting. So if you have wheat that has sprouted, even if you can't visibly see it, if that sprouting process has started, you will get a low falling number. So the falling number is basically an indication that those enzymes involved in germination have gotten started. So if you have visibly sprouted grain, you'll have low falling numbers. You can also get low falling numbers, though, by another phenomena called late maturity alpha amylase. And we've seen that I think there was a little bit last year, and in 2019 was a big year where we dipped into the 40s I think that was like early August. So the grain wasn't mature yet, but we had a low temperature. That will trigger those alpha amylase enzymes to kind of get started. There's no germination, there's no visible sprouting, but because the way that enzyme gets activated, it results in a low falling number. So yeah, you get discount. The wheat is still fine for most purposes, but it's kind of a historical thing where you get that 200, 250. That's when you'll start getting docked for it. So the low temperature thing, it's a harder thing to test because it depends on what maturity the wheat is at. So all these varieties they're maturing at different rates, so it's very difficult to test. So we don't routinely send things for falling number tests unless we know that there's going to be some lower ones. Then we'll send it in. So we've done that a few times. We did that in 2019. Joachim has sent some of his samples in this last year, so we have confirmation on kind of which ones were low falling number as well. I think that the best defense right now is look at the sprouting ratings that we have. There is some correlation there with that late maturity alpha amylase as well. So the ones that tend to be better pre-harvest sprouting will also tend to have higher falling numbers. So that's your best defense. And the other thing that I was saying last summer is if you've got two varieties that are near harvest ripeness, I would go after the one that's more susceptible to sprouting first. Try to get that out of the field, even if it means you have to take it a little wetter and dry it, just get it out. I mean, you've got to look at the forecast, and there's a lot of decision making there, but if there's differences in that sprouting reaction, try to get that more susceptible one out of the field as fast as possible. Yeah, good question.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Slid to the bottom. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. It's great to see the research on all those wheat varieties. It gives us lots to think about as producers of what variety to put in the ground. So, all right, moving forward, we have our next speaker. All right, we'll get the PowerPoint switched over here. Our next speaker this morning is Mr. Jim Emter of the Van On and Company. He is the CEO, but he's going to be enlightening us on some grain marketing techniques during our difficult times here. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Jim, and welcome, Jim.
Great, thank you. Keep it there. Okay.
In your pocket. You
Perfect.
can move around.
Okay, that'll work.
Right, left, and the pointer.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Great, well, thank you. It's an honor being here. We're going to run through things very quickly. 30 minutes to cover corn, beans, wheat, and our general process is a very little amount of time to cover a lot of details. My goal is to allow 2 to 3 questions at some point through it, so if you've got a question, please throw up your hand. It's a lot easier to talk about corn when we're in the corn section, beans in the bean section, and wheat in the wheat section. So again, we're going to run through things quickly here. I did throw 2 green sheets back in the back. They gave me the privilege of basically saying, hey, if you want to see our information for the next couple weeks, we got a lot coming at us. Put your name, email address, phone number. We'll give you 2 weeks of the trial. You're not signing up for anything. We'll pull you off after 2 weeks. Might be an important 2 weeks to see, especially if you like what you hear today and want to learn a little bit more about our company. I do not want to spend a lot of time on our company, just base. We've got 12 licensed brokers, we've got 4 support staff, and we've got a main location at Alexandria and 2 branch locations. That's the base that I want to cover about Van Ahn & Company today. What I want to do is I want to give you our approach at Van Ahn & Company as to how we come about marketing, the steps we take, and the disciplines that we try to implement throughout a marketing year. So that's what we're going to cover, and then we're going to live it out in corn, soybeans, and wheat, spending about 8 minutes on each market. So we're going to move fast. If you got a question, throw up a hand. First things first, we stress the importance of break-even analysis. Folks, every year, if you can come in here and engage into a base of knowing where you are profitable, you are going to make educated decisions. And every year that I can recall, you've had an opportunity at profitability if you were prepared and ready with the plan. And this is your 4-step plan that I would encourage you to really grab onto and market with as you approach the grain markets. So the break-even analysis, coming in here and knowing those base foundations. Guys, there's 3 components you need to market about. That is price, basis, and carry. I'm guessing a number of you probably have a lot of grain in the bin right now, okay? In reality, if you came in here, and hindsight's easy, but you look at opportunities at $5 corn, $13 beans, and $7.50 spring wheat, if you were ready with the plan, you were able to capitalize. You had good carries in markets. And that's what we want to stress. Hey, if you made a mistake, no problem, but if you're making the same mistake over and over and over again, that's when we've got to adapt and make changes. And this is a plan that has been beneficial, the plan that we've discovered over the 21 years of experience I've been with Van Ahn & Company, and my wife's dad and her grandfather founded in 1987 a start of Van Ahn & Company, and this is what we've built. Again, how can you make decisions if you don't know where they need to be? That's the stress, that's the importance. There's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of templates. You've just got to find one. Once you've got that, you've got to understand the market. So today, we're going to come in here and break down the fundamentals, the technicals, the seasonals, and the money flow of the markets. Okay, we believe before making a decision, you need to know those 4 pillars to understand where the market's at, and we're going to step through that in corn, soybeans, and spring wheat today. The next step is creating the plan. And we try to live out that plan through what we call our marketing tracker, where we're adjusting our percentages, sending notifications, and trying to keep producers educated real time. Folks, these are things you can do yourself. But again, if you need a specialist, there's a lot of people out there that can assist you with that as well. So again, finding those opportunities. We're going to leave you with a lot of price counts today, areas of importance, and we're going to explain why. That way, as you potentially see a 2-week trial with us on receiving our information, or if you, again, desire to sign up with us or another firm, at least you know how Van Ahn & Company does things. We're going to lay out full transparency. The last thing is understanding that you may have to adapt as circumstances change. Okay? January 20th is going to be a wild card that 3 months ago left a lot of uncertainty of, hey, which way is it going to go? Now that we have certainty, tariffs are the big question. And the biggest thing you've got to know about incoming President Trump is the tweets or Truth Media or whatever source he's going to continue to use to communicate things is going to have new posts, new updates, and new information every day. The joke this morning from incoming President Trump is he literally showed a map of Canada and the U.S. combined and said America. Okay, this creates dynamics and uncertainty. You know, he wants to drive in I always say with Trump, you want to watch what he's doing on the front, but you want to watch what's going on behind the scenes on really the agenda he's trying to push for. Some of it can be market noise, and I believe that's part of his plan. You know, the Gulf of Mexico, well, he wants to change that to Gulf of America. The Panama Canal, 51st state Canada. I mean, there's a lot of information thrown at, but the one consistency he's had is tariffs are going back into place, and they're going to be aggressive. The Washington Post came out and basically said in an article over the weekend that, hey, Trump's going to only focus on critical. Market rallies Monday. Trump comes out and says, that's false. I'm going after everything. We drop Tuesday. I mean, this is the uncertainty and the wild card that he brings to the table for commodity markets, good, bad, or indifferent. To adapt to changes of drought, a presidency, a drought in other nations, there's a lot of really factors here we're going to have to focus into, and we'll touch on some of those. All right, first and foremost, Jan 10th, we've got a WASD report that will finalize production, give us a quarterly stock snapshot, and come in here and give us winter wheat seedings across the spectrum. Okay, that's a big report and one we're going to want to watch here coming into Friday. We're going to talk about opportunities here in a minute, especially for corn. January 20th, Trump inauguration, we've touched on that a little bit. Outlook Forum, USDA Outlook Forum will occur on the 27th and 28th this year. That'll be the first time we'll see any official publication of potential new crop acres. For the corn market in particular and a wheat market, I believe that first report is going to be bearish corn friendly spring wheat, just on the trends that we're seeing from producers we work with across the upper Midwest. When you look to the South American weather, obviously the Argentine drought is a headline right now. We're going to need to continue to watch that for circumstantial changes. The 2025 U.S. drought, does it occur, doesn't it? We're going to talk a little bit about that here in just a minute. But what you've got to do, anybody heard of Elwyn Taylor before? Okay, Elwyn Taylor was out here in 2017 through 2020 basically forecasting that he did a study through tree rings in Iowa and basically concluded that about every 89 years we see a drought. And during that study in 2017-18, he was on his speaking circuit basically communicating that his forecasted next major Dust Bowl drought will occur in 2025. Okay? Now, I'm not going to base an 89-year study to say, I'm bullish grains, we're not doing anything, market's going to rally to the moon. No, that's not the approach. But we at least need to have an awareness that somebody put a lot of time and effort on studying something that he has firm believed in, and he is now retired, but he believes will happen in either the 89, 90, or 91-year cycle, so that's 25, 26, 27. That's something we've got to keep in the back of the mind, especially if we're starting to do accumulator contracts, selling calls, taking on margin risk. You've got to have a plan on when does that change, and that's that adaptation to a market. The Fed approach. I think the Fed's made its bold move here. I think we're going to see a little bit of setback here in 2025 with only 2 forecasted rate cuts. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on watching details about, again, inflation. And right now, when the Fed started dropping rates, guys, that's about when these commodity markets got hot, and that includes cattle, hogs, corn, soybeans. Wheat got hot for a little bit, but lost its luster when the winter wheat got some big rains. Okay, and that was a problem that occurred in that structure. So Russia-Ukraine, kind of the last one. There's a lot of nuggets that can sway and move these markets. So let's get into weather just for a second. I'm going to skip this slide. I'm going to go right to here. This is where we were October 29th. Winter wheat areas were enduring some pretty big droughts. What do we see now? We've gotten great precipitation, and even more so as of late. You've alleviated a lot of drought in winter wheat country. And the net result has been a winter wheat Chicago and KC wheat market that has struggled to do much of anything. That has brought spring wheat with it. But here's the point of nature I want to bring out. You notice the one consistency in severe drought? It's in western North Dakota, Montana, western South Dakota. What market could that impact the most if we come into spring and aren't catching rains? Spring wheat. Okay? That's something we're going to have to watch to a large degree. Because I think if we're going to see drought expansion this year, it's going to come from the western northern plains down. Okay? And that's what we're going to have to watch as we work ahead. If we get rains this spring, I think Eric Sawgrass says it best. You can't forecast 12 days out beyond that with any accuracy. Okay? That's the reality. So what we got to do is look at the base trends, see how they work, but try to make decisions based off the other course. If you look to the summer right now, the NMME model is an 8-model blend. It is forecasting a drier western U.S. with warmer temperatures. That is the forecast right now by the NMME model for the months of May, June, July. Okay, if you look at the CFSV2 model, we're looking at similar period, June, July, August. We're looking at below normal precipitation for a reasonable part of the nation and above average temperatures. So some of the major trending forecast models that forecast 2, 3, and 4 months out are saying, hey, be aware. We can't do this with any accuracy, but the general trend right now is for that. So again, opportunities, yes. Will you be ready for them? That's the question you've got to answer. All right, South America, just very quickly. When you look to Argentina, folks, there's a little bit of dryness. You're talking about a D1 type dryness. That's not going to change the world, but the market gets a little excited. It helps corn, it helps beans for a moment. This is great because it provides marketing opportunities. But the truth be told, we're going to need 4 weeks of bone-dry conditions there to start talking about major reductions to crop. Right now, they're still on track for very good crops, even though some want to try to take down the corn production in Argentina 1 million metric ton. Brazil production, again, you see the red up here. You might get a little scared with that. You've just got to realize this is your core area of growth right through here. And there's some pockets of dry conditions in Mato Grosso do Sul. But the rest of Brazil looks pretty darn good right now and is going to continue to get reasonable chances of rain. Okay? Brazil's sitting in great shape. Argentina we need to watch, and that's where we stand in South America right now. All right, let's get into the corn, beans, wheat. We're going to fly through these with about 7 minutes in each section. But I want to try to give you a well-rounded analysis of where we're at, what we expect, and what price counts matter here for these markets. All right, S&Ds, corn carryout, currently at 1738. Market's going to be watching very closely what occurs on Friday because it's the final yield and production. From then on, it's all demand-based for old crop, and we won't get a new crop number officially until May. March 31st planting number, actually, and then you'll get the first complete S&D in May. So we're stuck after Friday with what we got for production-type reports in the U.S. And I'm telling you, when South America's bean crop comes to town here over the next month and a half, guys, it brings problems, especially to the bean market if China starts to walk and Trump imposes his tariffs. That's why there's so much pessimist attitude around the bean market right now. When you look to next year, I believe corn acres at a minimum is looking at 2 million more, if not 4 million more. If we take acres up 2 to 4 million, leave a 181 trend line yield and use reasonable demand, you're looking at a 2.1 to 2.4 carryout, nearly a 2.5 carryout on that perspective of a 2 to 4 million acre increase to corn. That's what I'm going to use as my baseline analysis. If we get a drought, could we get better prices? Yes, but under this circumstance, I'm looking for a $4.70 to $5 new crop high, and I'm looking for lows down into the 365 area once again, nearly a repeat performance of what we saw this last year. So if you're ahead of the game and ready, you can possibly sell $4.70 to $5 corn, in our opinion, for a new crop. Roll it hopefully into a 20 to 35 cent carry market and have a reason to put that grain into a bin versus just putting it in there and hoping. If we have a drought, we can react from there. But that base marketing plan with carry opportunity is really what we preach on an approach, and 70% of the time, that works great. What about the other 20 to 30% of the time when we get into a drought? That's when we've got to have defense measures ready to say, hey, if we get above $5 D's 25 corn, we believe something bigger is happening. If we get above 462 to 468 old crop corn, we might have a shot of getting to 492. But this is where we're at, and the benefit of the corn market when we get to the charts is we're into the upper bun, the upper range of perspective right now. So world ending stocks, China holds a lot of the world's corn. What that means is if we have a problem in the U.S. or we have a problem in Brazil, China's not going to go export a bunch of corn. So again, the dynamics are a little bit bigger in corn because of the way the market structure is. When you look to the world carryout in corn, it's not like we're at a record, but we're not at an extreme low. We're just kind of near the upper end where we have enough, and China's going to dictate a lot of where we go next here off of the demand structure. And right now, they've been around the corn market, but nothing to a large degree. If we come in here and look at demand, exports have been extremely strong, but what we've noticed is we've seen a fall off. The private sales are slowing as we approach January 20th. That should not be a surprise. But what we've got to be ready for is what happens after January 20th. Do the tariffs go into place, China and other nations kind of fight back, and then we are in a trade war, or does it soften a little bit? That's going to be the million-dollar question, because that's going to dictate what we got ahead. I'm going to assume that we're going into a 3-4 month trade war, and then we're going to see if calmer heads prevail or not. That's my expectation right now of these markets. Ethanol profitability is not great, but we did have great ethanol exports yesterday. Overall, just demand is good. We've got great cattle prices, great hog prices. We've just got a good structure for a demand market, and that's been corn's silver lining, and that's why you've seen the corn market rally. But Brazil production's on track for a good one. Argentina's on track for a good one, but we're going to have to watch the weather ahead. Second crop Brazil corn is going to be a key there as well. And Ukraine is down about 15% year over year on their production. Okay, if the Russia-Ukraine war does resolve as quickly as Trump claims it will under his administration, guys, if you bring a full Ukraine back to the table, that's not good news to be bull corn. You get 15 to 20% production back on track in Ukraine, that creates another export channel for the world. So we just got to be attentive to that. This is the biggest story here right now. On this date, the news started happening that the funds, or that the Fed was very likely to come in here and start lowering interest rates. Guys, you can look at cattle, you can look at hogs, you can look at gold, you can look at silver, you can look at commodities as a whole. When the Fed started cutting rates, the money flow into commodities has increased. So the next steps of the Fed are so important because what happened here is you basically went from a short of 300 and some odd thousand contracts of corn, okay, to a net long of over 200,000. You've moved nearly 600,000 contracts of corn from investors in the managed money sector alone over the last 3.5, 4 months. Now, typically when that happens, we're talking about dollars of types of rally. Dollars. Not 55, 60 cents. Dollars. So what's concerning about this is it took that much buying to get a 60-cent rally in corn. What the heck happens if Brazil has a good crop? You U.S. farmers need to sell your crop because we start getting into March, let's say February, March, April, May, June days. You get the crop planted, okay, you get a little moisture, you got to start moving crop. That's my fear, is that your better opportunity is right now. And you can bank on a drought, but if you don't get it in South America on the second crop, you're going to be sitting here maybe like you did last year and selling $3.20 cash corn during the, I see some guys laughing, that scares me. $3.20 to $3.40 corn at the end of this all. Don't live in the fear of missing out. You can always have an opportunity. Calls are cheap right now. I'd rather see you sell right now and buy a 12-cent call that gives you ownership until summer than sitting here and watch 60 to 80 to a buck erode on you through basis and futures. Okay, that's what marketing does. That's why I throw those green sheets on the back. See what we do for a couple weeks. When you look to the seasonal tendency, this is an important point, and if you're taking notes, this is where I'd start writing down some things. If you date back since 2004 to 2008, how many highs have we had in January, February, March, April, May, and June? 7 of the highs during that period for old crop corn have come during the month of January, 2 in Feb, 0 in March, 2 in April, 2 in May, and 4 in June. Here's what I'm going to tell you. With 7 highs in January, if you were at Vegas and you had to put your chips down in something, are you betting on 7, 2, 0, 2, 2, or 4? You're betting on the 7, right? The highest percentage. Okay, if that is the case, we're here right now for corn. Now, new crop. You might ask when you see our numbers, why are you guys not being aggressive with new crop? Acres are going to be higher. You're concerned? Well, usually we get an opportunity. We've only had 1 high during the month of January in new crop corn. The majority of highs come second quarter, April, May, June. So if you're putting your chips down in Vegas, when should you be marketing new crop corn? Generally, April, May, June, you're looking for those opportunities. All I'm trying to say is if you start putting these patterns together and bring this last component of technicals, I've said fundamentals are a little bit mixed. We got good demand, but we've got South America, we got competition coming up down the road. We got bigger acres coming. I've told you that managed money scares me half to death on going from 300,000 to 400,000 short to a 226,000 long in a matter of 4 months. That scares me because that gives them a lot of room to sell if they get a reason to. If you look to the seasonals, they say, hey, now's the time for old crop, maybe wait a little bit on new crop. And if I look to price, we've got 8 to 9 technical. I say 8 to 9. We just incorporated a new one here over the last month. They're called quant pivots. But we use 9 technical parameters to gauge into decision making. And I'm telling you, this is your linear regression line. This is 1.2 standard deviation. This is 2 standard deviation from linear regression. This is an old bell curve if you remember statistics from college. And what you're going to see is 90 to 95% of your plot points between here and anytime you get into this top bun or bottom bun, 1.2 to 2 standard deviation from linear regression, you should be serious about marketing. Right now, we are into 1.2 standard deviation at a second quant near the 200-day moving average, very similar to where we were when we hit our high in May of last year. This is an opportunity in corn, guys, that I think you got to be taking advantage of. And if I'm wrong, what is the risk? The next count is around 392, or 492, excuse me. So you miss out on 20, 30 cents. Heck of a lot better than missing out on 60, 70, 80 if we drop here and go back to test the lower end of this perspective. All right, new crop, we're just more of a mid-range. We're not at the extremes. That's why we're going to be a little patient there. So the price counts in corn, we're here. New crop, we're really focused on 460 to 470 before we uptick. So if you want to write down a few numbers, those are the ones you want to write down. They're in your packet. We're at 100% sold. We just moved to 100% last Thursday. Long story short, we hit our 457 to 462 zone. We sent out an AMI to inform all of our clients we're moving there, and we executed. We're going to try to re-own if we get above 462 to 468, but if we never get above that level, we're not re-owning. If we get a break, we might consider it then. That's our approach to corn right now. New crop, we're going to be a little patient. We're a little lighter than we like to be. I like to be 20 to 30% about this time. We're a little light for where I desire to be right now. All right, we're going to move through soybeans pretty quick. We're going to move into spring wheat. The soybean market, it just got a lot of negativity around here. 470 million bushel carryout right now. That's adequate, more than enough. If we cut 2 to 4 million acres, I'm just going to say, hey, if we add 2 to 4 in corn, let's say we're going to cut 2 to 4 in beans. You're looking at a 389 to 493 million bushel carryout with a trend line yield. Guys, we don't see a shrink even if we lose 2 to 4 million acres, 2 to 4 million acres of beans. That's concerning. That's why there's so much negativity around beans. You've got a great world picture. You've got other providers. We're going to have the largest world carryout in history this year in soybeans. The largest. What that means is the competition of Brazil and Argentina are not helping matters right now. And what we said about 2 years ago is, you know what? We're going to grow our crush, we're going to depend on oil, and we're going to push demand elsewhere, China. So go start looking at Brazil and Argentina. Brazil and Argentina has stepped up, and now it's going to hurt us a little bit because we got big production, tariff threats, and a big crop now in South America. That's why the bean market does not look rosy right now. The crush market, hey, great. We're strong. We've got expansion coming. It just can't come fast enough for the problem we have right now. What's going to end up happening is we're going to continue to expand, then we're going to catch a drought, and then beans are $18, $19, and we're going to be, holy cow, did I get caught on the wrong side of this thing? So that's why you've got to adapt to changes, folks. If you look to the managed money, they haven't bought as much. Even the investors haven't bought as much, but they are well off their lows. And what that means is the rest of the U.S. farmer selling, a huge Brazil crop, an Argentine crop that looks pretty darn good right now. Those are all things that can cause an investor to walk away from this and push us down to the next price level to the downside. If you look at seasonal tendency, we tend to get a little bounce back here. That's what we're in right now. But that general trend still is down as we work ahead. And you've got 5 during the month of January, highs 3 in Feb, 1 in March, 0 in April, 2 in May, and then 6 in June. So you either better be marketing now on beans, or you better be hoping to hold those till June based off the statistics. For a new crop, we do have 4 highs here, but I'm not going to get excited about marketing beans at a loss right now. There's usually something that comes along with lesser acres. You know, we'll get our opportunities hopefully into the $11 and $12 bean counts. But for right now, we've done what we've done, and we're going to stick with that. When you look to the charts, we're mid-range with plenty of room down, plenty of room up. The market's just waiting for these Trump tariffs and to see what happens there is what I really believe. And same thing in new crops. So we're at 90%. We've been holding on to this last 10%, hoping to get back to 10.57. I mean, we've got a range of bean marketing from $10.87 to $13 here to get to that 90% mark. That's the range, just full transparency. But I just don't see a niche to come in here and hit the panic button. Now, if you're sitting here with 50, 60% of your beans in the bin, we're having a different conversation about using 10.07 to 10.17 to do something here and try to manage the risk from there, because I think there's a high probability that we can see 9.11 here in the near term for bean futures off the front month. In new crop, a lot of that 20% was sold at some good prices, but we just don't see a niche to come get after more. All right, with the wheat market here, here we got about 7 minutes left. We're going to go on wheat and answer those questions. Again, a lot to cover very quickly, but we're going through every one of these markets with the fundamentals, technical, seasonal, and money flow, and we're coming back and throwing price counts at you that we think matter. And again, those are the numbers to jot down and be ready for. When you look to the wheat, we're 795 million bushel carryout. We have year-over-year growth. We've got a winter wheat crop that's sitting in pretty good condition right now. I just drove down to Texas and back for after the Christmas holiday here, and the winter wheat crop looks fantastic. It really does, guys. The concern of mine is the spring wheat drought, and for that reason, I've got some clients right now trying to buy $6.80 and $7 September calls as courage calls to hope to sell new crop and old crop into if we get our rally. That's something that we're looking at pretty heavily right now. We have not come out with an official recommendation on it, but I've got some guys with orders that I was adjusting to try to get them filled on the drive over here today. Let's come back to acres. I think we're going to be pretty status quo, looking at 700 to 800 million bushel. You know, the biggest thing is China holds a lot of the U.S. wheat as well, or a lot of the world wheat as well. When you look to the world carryouts, though, this is one year after another, after another, after another, after another, that we've seen world carryout decline. Guys, we are one story in wheat away from getting a dollar rally. We just cannot get the story put together. Like, you catch a moment where winter wheat conditions are dry in August, are we going to get it planted, and then we get inundated with rain. You get a story this week, that India is seeing record-type prices. They're actually trying to curb some of their outflows and whatnot to try to keep interior wheat. And the problem is they're having to go to look elsewhere for milling wheat at this point. They've got record-high prices, but we're not getting any part of the demand because we're still priced too high versus Russia and others. We've got wheat flow, but we're not getting enough of it moved to justify a rally. This is where we stand right now. If you look at the wheat production, there's Russia's downtick. Argentina had a big improvement over the last 3 years. India is status quo, but they've got some shortage. EU, a problem, and China had a great crop. So you got a mix of a little bit of everything, but overall we've seen some decline in the world carryout of wheat. Now, what has investment money done? Guys, they're no better than they were last year at this time. They have not joined the party in wheat. They have not came in here and buy like they have in corn, or even covered to the degree they had in beans as of late. They made one move, recovered, and then faltered. Investors, these are the index funds. These are the ETF black box traders. These guys are at the shortest position, not shortest, the least amount of long holding they've ever had in history. So this is the circumstances of where we stand in the wheat market today. Now, if you look at the spring wheat seasonal, it's a little bit rough yet. Generally in February, March, April, we start to reverse, get that push, and then start to falter. But here's the unique strategy in wheat, guys. I know the futures price isn't great. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to say we're at the lows. But I'm going to flat out tell you, with the PNW movement we've had, the demand into Mexico we've had, you've got some of the best basis levels you've seen in a while. I know they were good last year at a point and then started to widen. Guys, if I'm sitting on spring wheat right now, I would be selling this stuff and re-owning it in some way. I know spring wheat, the Minneapolis wheat futures is a battle, so call options are tough to get, but you can get them. But straight up futures is no different than holding that in the bin, other than you might have some margin calls if it fades a little bit more. But I don't think, and you've learned this in corn recently, do you think you're going to get a rally in spring wheat and get basis to be as strong as it is right now? I don't think you're going to get that opportunity. So this is one where you focus more on the sale to get basis and try to re-own and get coverage via a futures or a call option on the board. If you're going to hold it anyway and take the risk, it's really not different other than writing real-time checks. It really is not. And so for new crop, old crop, we really think in new crop we can get up to the 635 to 650 area. That's a minimum of where we'll sell any more wheat. And that's old crop. In regards to new crop, our price forecast for 2025 new crop September spring wheat is $7.26. That's why we want to buy a $6.80 or $7 call now, so if we get the rally this spring or summer, we don't have any hesitation on selling it. Because I can assure you, if that drought's in North Dakota, coming over into Minnesota, it's going to be tough for you to sell when the market's getting hot. And that's why we use some courage calls at times to establish that position. You know, we got a good base of 70%. We want to get to 100, up into that 650 to 670 zone. We're 20% in new crop. We did that well off of last spring's rally. We're going to just kind of hold tight until we get into the growing season to focus on that, because usually we get that February, March, April rally that you really lean into. So, guys, that's a lot in a short period of time. We are maybe one or two questions? One? Okay, she says we got to stay on track. One question we got. Guys, it's a lot in a hurry. There's 2 green sheets up there, name, email address, phone number. See our information for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be a wild 2 weeks, and I'll grab those before I take off to Crookston. So, one question? You just drank from a fire hydrant, didn't you? Just gushing in. So, hey, if you got some questions, I'll stick around for a little bit. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Yep, before I yank it out of here. There you are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jim, for your presentation. We all have lots of decisions when it comes to marketing. So, all right. At this time, we're going to pause the live feed, your live event broadcasting. So, for our online viewers, that will return at 12:45. We have full stomachs. We're going to get started for the afternoon, so don't fall asleep on us. Might be a little cooler on the floor than it is up here on the stage. Right? I wish. So we're going to get started with an update now from Minnesota Wheat Growers and the Research and Promotion Council. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Tate Petrie. So just put that
Carry
in
them
the
both?
pocket. Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
And do you need to run this for you, or?
I can. I think. Yeah, so my name is Tate Petrie. I farm with my folks just north of Ada, Minnesota, and I've been serving on the Minnesota Association of Wheat Growers Board for, I think 5 years now. I serve as the Secretary Treasurer. MOG is the legislative lobbying arm of our Minnesota Wheat organization. Minnesota Wheat is kind of unique in that we share a CEO, Brian Sorensen back there, waving at you. He runs both our association and our checkoff for our growers checkoff. So the Minnesota Wheat Growers Association, our primary focus is obviously lobbying in Washington, D.C. and at the state capitol, as well as providing programming. Today's program is obviously linked with the Norman County Ag Day, but we do small grains update meetings all over the region this week and next. So in addition to that, we do the Best of the Best workshops in Moorhead and Grand Forks, and the Prairie Grains meeting in Grand Forks. That was in December. So our board is we have a 7-member board. We do about 6 board meetings every year, 3 national meetings depending on which meetings you choose to attend. We get a per diem and a mileage. We get to do a lot of traveling, which is kind of fun. So right now we have 6 members. Kevin up here is behind me. Austin Jermolis, which I think most of you guys know Austin. Myself, Eric Youngren, who serves us from Halleck. Mike Gunderson from Bajou, and then Kristen Hamry is our newest member. She was elected at the Prairie Grains conference at our annual meeting, and she's from Fertile. They farm in Beltrami, though, correct? Yep. So we do have 1 board seat open. Right now it's a mail-in ballot. Ending January 6th. But we do have 1 open seat still. So I'm just going to go into our legislative priorities. We all just heard from Bruce Clavin. He's our state lobbyist. You've heard from Austin and from Rebecca already today. We have a lot of challenging things in Minnesota to maintain for farms. Crop protection is at the top of that list. So your crop chemicals, your Roundups. For wheat specifically, we've been really focused on making sure that chlorpyrifos and Lorsban is maintained. That's been a challenge to maintain authorization for. Secondly, and something that we've been advocating for pretty much every year lately because of this drainage registry portal issue, is the environmental and sustainability regulations. That has to do with obviously the water management, the nitrate rules, things like that. Bruce does a really great job at keeping those tools in our toolbox and making sure that if we need to intervene and come down and visit with legislators to discuss those issues, we're down there to do that. So I'm going to get into Wheat Day on the Hill later in the presentation. As far as federal priorities this year, obviously farm safety net through crop insurance. We've been advocating for Farm Bill for a couple of years now. I think we all know how that's going. Voluntary conservation programs. We're just trying to ensure that some of the conservation programs that we have and we can participate in through FSA are going to maintain voluntary status and not become something that's mandated. There have been proposals floated before that you'll have to participate in some of those to maintain your crop insurance. So we just want to ensure that those are not always linked. And then the last one, we've been advocating for MAP and FMD, market facilitation programs to help with wheat exports. So this is our Day on the Hill plug. We'll be traveling down to St. Paul this spring in February to meet with state representatives and senators. It's usually a really good time to really get some face-to-face time, meet legislators. It really helps them understand the issues that we're facing, and not just, it puts a face to the things that they're legislating. We've met with the chair of the House Ag Committee every year, and that's always been a really productive conversation. So if you have time, and I encourage you to come on that with us. You don't have to be a member necessarily, but just call Corrine and she'll get you on the list. I covered these a little bit earlier. Small grain updates, that's what we're doing now. That's in various cities throughout the upper Minnesota here. Best of the Best is coming up here in February. Day on the Hill I just covered. Our Wheat Golf Open, if you have time in July, we have a golf tournament every year. We'd love to see you guys come out for that. And then we also have a shootout. So if you are a clay shooter or trap shooter, that's been a really fun event as well. And then we finish our year at Prairie Grains Conference in Grand Forks every year. So I'm going to plug as well for membership. We don't, the MOG does not receive checkoff dollars directly. We rely on membership for our programming and for our legislative work. So Brian's in the back. He's going to have membership forms available for if you want to sign up. It's $100 per year, and we very much appreciate those of you that are members and encourage any of you who are not to become one. So with that, I think that concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it over to Kevin. That one's on.
Just turn and tell her to click the radio. Yeah, that'd be easier. I'll just move it over here. So my name is Kevin Leiser. Right now I serve on both boards. I'm president of the MOG board, and I'm on the Wheat Research and Promotion Council. Be my last year there. When the term ends in June, I'll be going off that board. Wheat Research Promotion and Council is funded by your checkoff dollars, and we take and lobby for it goes to U.S. Wheat Associates to promote foreign trade, and then we do some research around here. I know the on-farm research program, a lot of you guys have been doing that, and it's kind of in limbo right now, and we're trying to find a different way to do it because we do not have enough dollars to actually fund the research person now. So we're trying to find out a new way to do that and still carry forward the program. Mark Josson, who farms down by Hendrum here, he's the current chair of the council, and Pete Vidstead from Stephen, Michaela Talbert from up at Red Lake Falls, Rhonda Larson from East Grand, who was on the U.S. Wheat board and was past president of U.S. Wheat, so we had her going through the chairs there. Tim Dufault from Crookston, who is in his last term too. Glenn Jelly from down by Elbow Lake, and Tony Broughton from Roseau. Oh, we didn't have Scott Lee's picture up there. Scott Lee from Benson is on there too. We're seeking nominations for the open seats. There are 2 seats open in Area 1 and 1 seat open in Area 2. I mean, there's basically 6 meetings a year. There's 3 national meetings with U.S. Wheat. On the council side, we do help MOG and NOG when we go to D.C. with lobbying and stuff and that. And it's always it's both a fun time and it's a learning experience. I mean, everyone's sitting there, oh yeah, you get to go on a trip. Well, what we do is spend most of the time in a hotel and then at the Capitol or something. So, it's a trip, but it's fun to get to know other growers. There's growers in here that I would have never met if it wasn't for like the bus trip or some of this stuff. So it's a fun time. And if you do want to go on the bus trip, it's a fun way to get to know how this works. Lobbying isn't just going in there and making your point. It's going in there, introducing yourself, giving the legislator a face to the agricultural part of their deal. So it's hard. It's easy to be mad at an organization. It's hard to be mad at a person. So if you show up in face to face, it's a lot easier. And of course, we got a new director back there, and I think you've seen Brian's right at the back there. He's our new director. He come from NCI, and he started in April, and that's been going very good. And I'm pretty sure all you know Kareen, who does a ton of work for us as far as almost anything that needs to be done. These two just work together to make sure it gets done. Primary areas of focus is on a lot of what we do. When you listen to Jim Anderson earlier, we help fund his wheat research. We do research with funding with professors and stuff from NDSU, South Dakota, and we go through research projects to try and figure out different stuff for ag. It's hard to explain all, but it's to keep figuring out how wheat does. Sometimes it ain't even just wheat projects. You have to go with, wheat is a rotational crop type of thing, so we're figuring out how to work wheat into the rotation. Of course, when we deal with people, of course, U.S. Wheat Associates is a big organization, and I don't know if you haven't been on the board if you really know what they do. I mean, it's a worldwide organization with offices all over the world, and selling our wheat is a little bit of a hard sell because we're quality, and the rest of the world is lower quality, but their price is lower. So these guys are doing baking classes and stuff to try and make sure that show what our quality is to try and help sell our product, because the rest of the world, the Brazilian trade team we were with this summer, while 90% of their country lives in the poverty level, they don't have money to pay the top prices. So some of this is a hard sell, and they help do it by showing that our quality can help improve, so it ends up being a blending type wheat. Research and extension, I mean, we have this day up at UMC in the middle of July where they walk us through some of the research plots, Yoakum and them, and a lot of other research we do with the U of M, and that keeps, it's funding, and we help decide what projects get funded, I should say. Hard red spring, I mean, everyone says, yeah, the yield hasn't went up, but if you do look at a chart, the yields have been trending up. It's just, so I mean, that's a win for us. So usually we got a 2-cent checkoff, so we usually end up with about $1.5 million worth of checkoff funds to divide between these research projects and U.S. Wheat Associates and then we help MOG out some, so that's the budget we usually have to work with, but it's dependent on how much grain gets produced too, so sometimes it can be kind of challenging with the budget. In September, go back. So in September is when the researchers take and put in their proposals for next year's research. December we have a meeting to decide what research projects they present to us and decide, and then the following November is when we get your little booklet with the research data in it. And this is a picture of, we had a Egyptian and a Brazilian trade team. I was not on the Egypt one, but I was with the Brazilian trade team, and it's really eye-opening when you listen to these people from overseas and realize how well off we are in the U.S. actually compared to the people of the rest of the world. It's just amazing that when they start talking about the poverty levels in their countries. And this is mainly the areas that spring wheat is planted in. It's all up in our area. Minnesota actually is in the northwest corner, so a lot of times when we're the wheat board, we're pretty much a northwest Minnesota agriculture organization when we're doing stuff, so just go through that. And if other than that, one thing that we got going for us right now, and this should have was it for Tate's, but with the elections and how they turned out on the national level, Minnesota actually ended up turning out fairly good. We got Angie Craig from down in southern Minnesota. She is now the ranking member on the House Ag Committee, and then Klobuchar is the ranking member on the Senate Committee. And so for Minnesota, we actually got some fairly good power, and to actually have met these people and know it, we got some high-ranking people to get our point across to. Any questions?
Thank you, Tate and Kevin, for an update on MOG and the Research and Promotion Council. So next up on our agenda today is Dr. Angie Peltier. She is the Regional Extension Educator for the University of Minnesota Extension, based out of the Crookston Regional Office. So Angie's going to give us some information on growing healthier soybeans. So I'm going to welcome Angie Peltier.
Thanks, Heather. So I'd like to thank Heather and the Norman County crew for this meeting here today. Makes it easy for folks like me and Brian and others to just roll in and get back on the road, because we're going to be going to Crookston when we're done here. And so if you wanted to give Heather a round of applause. Thank you, Heather. So it's so good to see everybody. I just wanted to wish you all a happy new year. I'm going to be talking today about growing healthier soybeans. And I'm not going to be talking about diseases, but a couple of other topics. And I'm going to have Heather pass out some handouts, and I'm going to talk about the handout. So it's just the one sheet weed management. So thank you, Heather. So I'm going to be talking about a couple of checkoff sponsored projects here today. So the first one is an IPM survey. So this is funded by the Soybean Research and Promotion Council. We had 3 different scouts working with us this year, so Katie, Brett, and Logan. So they traveled the countryside, visiting close to 500 soybean fields throughout the growing season. They were looking for 9 different pests and 6 different diseases. So they had an established protocol that they followed whenever they would enter a field. And I'm going to just talk to you about some of the results, and then I just wanted to also highlight the packet that you got this morning. If you wanted to learn more about the survey and the results, it's included in your book, so pages 89 through 111. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me. So here's a map of our soybean aphid severity. So incidence is the percentage of plants that's infested, so our scouts looked at that. But they also looked at the number of soybean aphids per plant on average. So that's the severity of the infestation. So this map right here, our scout didn't get as far north as we would have wanted. She had looked at wheat up there this week. But you can see this is a snapshot in time, so August 5th through the 16th. And these are, each dot is a soybean, each symbol is a soybean field. Now the black dots, there were no aphids, and the warmer the color of the symbol up there, so the redder it got, the more soybean aphids there were. So the top category up there is the red triangles, so that's more than 200 soybean aphids per plant. Humor me, what is the treatment threshold, the economic threshold? Shout it. 250, right, 250 soybean aphids on average per plant, but there's 2 other parts that we need to pay attention to when it comes to this threshold as well. 250 aphids per plant on average on more than 80% of plants. So if you have 250 aphids on a plant here or there, you haven't met the threshold. And that population density needs to be increasing. These are mobile animals. So sometimes when they get to a certain population density, they might start looking for greener pastures. Often towards the end of the growing season too, they're getting cues, and they're going to find a mate to basically mate and lay eggs on their overwintering host. So if that's the case, if the population density is decreasing, you don't want to waste money making an application. So how many use this treatment threshold? I'm going to pretend that that's more than half of the crowd. So unfortunately, in my neck of the woods, unfortunately fewer than 50% of people that are surveyed. So every winter, Heather and I do private pesticide applicator training workshops for those needing recertification, and we ask people, how do you make these decisions? Because we want to know. Are we just shouting into the wind? Kind of seems that way sometimes. So 48% of your colleagues said they use the treatment threshold. And I'm hoping to make a case for you here today that this is the way to go, especially when every penny counts. We all know prices aren't the best right now. Anytime you make a trip across the field, that application, that trip needs to at least pay for itself by protecting that yield potential. Now, some people rely on their co-op to tell them. Some people rely on their neighbors. I hope that's a neighbor that knows your break-evens as well as you do. Hope that's a co-op representative knows your break-evens as well as you do. Scouting is going to be key. So I'm going to talk about some best management practices. It's no fun, it's hot, sticky. If there are a lot of aphids, it can be gross as well because all that honeydew sticks to your pants, but it's well worthwhile. Dealing and following those thresholds, that is key. And I'm going to explain why. At our treatment threshold, damage has not yet taken place. Yeah, they're feeding, but we need a critical mass in order for economic injury to have taken place to your soybean crop's yield potential. Now, this past year was an ideal soybean aphid year. When we have these mild temperatures, when we don't have a lot of the natural enemies that help us out in managing soybean aphids, we can have population densities increase more than double in 3 to 4 days. That is not unheard of. These bugs are born pregnant, so we're kind of behind the 8 ball. So at least scouting every week, really recommended. But I'm going to show you a little graph here. So here's time along the bottom, here's pest population along the side, and here's our economic threshold. So for soybean aphid, 250 aphids per plant on average, more than 80% of the plants infested, and then population densities increasing. You can see economic injury levels up here. These thresholds were designed so that if populations keep increasing as we're expecting them to increase, you will have economic injury. But it has not yet taken place. So all of those people, I think it was 34% that said 250 aphids per plant, that threshold's just way too high. It really isn't. And the reason you're going to want to wait to that treatment threshold is because sometimes you can spray too early. You knock back all your natural enemies as well, depending upon the product. And then you might have to make 2 applications. And nobody wants to do that. Again, each trip across the field's costing you money. The one thing we also need to keep in mind is that there's a very real possibility that the population in your field is resistant to the pyrethroid class of insecticides. So this is something that we saw beginning in 2015. There's a lot of research that's taken place in the meantime. So they have these little vials. They coat the vials with the insecticide, and then they see which concentrations, how much it took to kill that aphid population. And what they've found over time is that this trait, the pyrethroid resistance trait in soybean aphids, it's going to stick around. There is no fitness cost, meaning that there's no impact on either reproduction of soybean aphids, like the rate of reproduction, or survival with carrying that gene. Now, had there been some sort of fitness cost associated with that trait, if you take away pyrethroids, the soybean aphid population would lose that trait. Unfortunately, what they're finding is that trait, that resistance trait, is sticking around, okay? So it's unlikely for our soybean aphid populations to revert to susceptibility. So the cheap and easy button, unfortunately, is broken. Now, another thing to consider when we're thinking about pyrethroid insecticides is that's broad spectrum. So if you did have another pest at threshold, so let's say, for example, you had green clover worms. I know that those have been hit or miss. Some people have had some tough green clover worm populations in the past at threshold. Now, if you have something like that too, pyrethroids would work well for green clover worms. okay? But don't count on them for soybean aphid. Rotate your chemistries from individual insecticide groups. And I'm going to show you a bunch of groups coming up here. And then we're going to talk a little bit about premixes as well. So here's all the foliar insecticide active ingredients for soybean aphids. So this big red box in the middle, that's the pyrethroids. This chlorpyrifos, organophosphate insecticides, the reason those are in red is because either there have been regulatory issues in the past, or resistance issues in the past. And so those are no longer really recommended for effective management. Now, we do have some newer insecticides. Unfortunately, these are going to be still on patent, and so they're going to be a little bit pricier. But the neat thing about both of these, or all three of these active ingredients, is that it really tends to focus only on soybean aphids, so those insects with piercing, sucking mouth parts, leaving your natural enemies that are helping to manage that population alone. What do we have here, these top four right here, especially these guys? Shout it out. Does anybody recognize those? Those are neonicotinoids. So if you have seed treatment on, and you're going to come along and use a neonic, you're not really rotating chemistries, are you? No, not necessarily. And so that's something to keep in mind. The reason we really recommend rotating chemistries is because the more often, we've learned this lesson when it came to the pyrethroids, we've learned this lesson when it's come to glyphosate tolerant weeds. You use the same thing over and over and over again, and you're going to be selecting for those individuals that can survive that application, and that's how you get these shifts over time. So really consider rotating among these different groups. And as you can see, this list is not endless, and so we really need to hang on to those effective chemistries that we have, because there just aren't that many. Let's talk about premixes. So I'm going to use a couple of examples here. These are both by the same company. I took out the company name. I took out the trade name of the product, because all I'm trying to do is give you an example here. Now here's a premix. It's trying to, we're trying to make it easier for folks, these chemical companies, trying to make it easier for folks to do their jobs. And so they add multiple insecticides together, thinking that both will be holding up their end of the bargain. Okay, both will be effective insecticide active ingredients. Unfortunately, what we have here is we have a pyrethroid, so alpha cypermethrin, and then we have one of those newer chemistries, a phytopyropin. It's a pyropene insecticide, so a different insecticide group. So here, if we have if we're treating soybean aphids, we can kind of cross this guy off. So we're really relying on this pyropene insecticide. And so I wanted to show you here, so the label instruction says you add 6.8 ounces per acre, and that the as applied rate here is 13 hundredths of an ounce of this phytopyropin per acre applied. This is in the premix. Here's that group 9D insecticide on its own. So the same active ingredient, this phytopyropin. Now, the application rate is 3 ounces per acre, and there's actually 14% more of that product, that active ingredient, when it's on its own than in the premix. And so if you're trying to treat soybean aphids with this premix, you're going to be, relying on one active ingredient, Two, that active ingredient's going to be at a less than label rate if that active ingredient were applied on its own. And what we've found, especially when it comes to metabolic related resistances, is if you apply a lower than label rate, there's a chance that you again are selecting out those individuals that can survive that lower label rate. So we're playing with fire with some of these premixes when it comes to resistance. So in addition to rotating insecticide groups, using the full label rate, make sure when you are done, after you make that application, go out and see whether or not it's working. Now, a couple of things to keep in mind when you're thinking about these new active ingredients. They aren't going to kill as quickly as some of the older or other chemistries that we're more used to in the past. They won't be feeding, but they may not yet be dead. So just see, do they have their stylets in the plant? If not, that means they're not feeding, and so problem solved. So you might have to bring out a magnifying glass or use your phone and really zoom in to see what's going on with the aphids when you go back to assess the efficacy. I am going to talk just very briefly about this SCN and IDC on-farm trial. Now, Corey Hansen, who is not here with us here today, he wanted to do this trial, excuse me. He wanted to do this trial on his own farm because he has an SCN problem, he has an IDC problem. I'm not going to talk a lot of details, but I did want to show you this. Here's me, my hair's on fire. I talk about SCN a lot because it's a big deal. If you haven't yet sampled for it, please make 2024 the year that you do so, because that's the number one yield limiting pathogen in soybeans, and we need to actively manage it. So to read more details, you can go in the wheat book, and it's on pages 86 through 88. So here's just some pictures from the trial. So sampled soil for SCN both in spring and fall. And here's our treatment. So Corey used a iron in furrow. He also had a seed treatment that he used for SCN. So, and then all of the combinations of those two treatments. Now here's us at harvest. I actually took a big stick here and taped a soup can to it, so we were able to get moistures as well. Here's Heather collecting the data from the weigh wagon. All of the yield data is included in that in the research book. Now, we saw some interesting trends. We didn't see any statistical differences, but as you guys know, SCN is a soil-borne pathogen, so it's not going to be evenly distributed throughout the field, and so there's a lot of in-field variability. We did submit another proposal to try and increase the replication to see if we can get Corey an answer to his research questions going forward. Excuse me. Lastly, I want to talk to you about an integrated common ragweed management trial that we did this past year in Crookston. So these four guys up at the top, they're all weed scientists, and then there's me. I am not a weed scientist, but I know that we have problems managing glyphosate-tolerant common ragweed up at the research center. So I thought it important to do the trial. So we had larger plots, so these main plots, and they were primarily broken out by tillage. okay? So we had tillage intensity increases here, so we had conventional till, what a lot of people do. So fall chisel plow followed by spring cultivation. A lot of people will make multiple trips across the field as well. We also have strip tillage. We had rye, so we have two different cover crops plots here. We have with or without tillage, and then we had a strict no-till plot as well. And then within each of these larger plots, we split it out by herbicide treatment. So we had untreated control plots, we had pre-emergence herbicide plots, and then we had a burn down treatment at planting. So the pre-emerge was Fierce EZ, and the burn down was Enlist Duo. And then we looked at percent control and soybean yield. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a lot of bars. So along the side, this is percent control. And along the bottom, this keeps cutting out in and out. I'm not sure what's going on here, but so along the bottom, these are the tillage treatments, and then the different color bars show the different herbicide treatments. So the gray bars, that's the untreated control plots within each of the tillage, large tillage plots. The blue bars, that's the burn down treatment, and then the kind of puke green color is the pre-emergence herbicide only plots. And what you can see is here we have the no-till without a cover crop. That differed as far as pre-emergence herbicide is concerned. We needed some sort of tillage or a cover crop in order to maximize control here. And you can see that based on the statistics, these individual letters mean that they're statistically different from one another. So let's pay attention to this in this slide. This is also percent control. Let's pay attention to the blue bars. And what you can see is there's three main groupings. So with the burn down herbicide, the worst percent control was when there was no tillage, no cover crop. The next best treatments were the conventional tillage and strip tillage, but best yet was the no-till or light tillage cover crop treatment. So with a burn down treatment, as you can imagine, we're trying to manage those weeds that have already emerged. And so it makes sense with a burn down treatment that if you don't have as many weeds emerging, period, because they're being shaded by a cover crop, you're gonna get better control. Now here's, this is yield. So here, let's pay attention to the non-treated. So everybody here, pretty much everybody uses herbicides. But if you didn't, so these right here, these gray bars, comparing the non-treated to the no-till, comparing the cover crops plots to the no-till, no cover crops plots, it really makes sense to have a cover crop to help manage weeds if you're not going to use herbicides. Now, the blue, let's go back. So these blue arrows are showing that compared to the no-till, treatment for the burn down, having some sort of tillage or a cover crop is really going to help maximize control when just using a post-emergence program. Here also is our pre-emergence only program. So no-till yields are lowest, and all of these other treatments tend to be better than the no-till pre-emergence treatment. But best yielding are going to be the conventional and strip-till treatments. Now, with pre-emergence, we're really relying on we need activation so that pre-emergence herbicide needs to be dissolved in the soil water solution. So as the weed seed is taking up water, it can take up that herbicide as well. This is ridiculous. I apologize for this, you guys. It just keeps... Okay, so we're relying on let me just show you this one. I lost my train of thought. So what we have here is date of the growing season and what's going on as far as weeds. So we have these early emerging weed species like common ragweed, like giant ragweed, lamb's quarters, even canola, mare's tail, kochia, all of these early emerging weed species. Having that pre-emergence down is really going to help with those. Also, starting with a clean seed bed is going to be key. What I have here is one, ideally, it sure would be nice to get some soybeans planted. So having a pre-emergence is going to be key. Here we have the later emerging weed species, our pigweeds, for example. And that same principle is going to apply here. So what we would suggest is that folks put down some sort of, with their post-emergence herbicide application, put down something with a residual, because that seed stage of our weed life cycle is going to be the most vulnerable. And so that's when we really want to hammer these. It's harder to manage them once they've already emerged. But we're really pushing an integrated weed management strategy, not just relying on chemical control, not just relying on cultural control, but a combination of all of them. So starting out with a competitive crop is really going to be key. So having an adequate population, narrowing up those row spacings if at all possible. We want to have a nice canopy, because similar to the cover crop, having a cover crop there, shading that soil is really going to keep your weed seeds, some of those weed seeds, from germinating, and help that crop to outcompete the weeds. So warm soils ideally it would be nice to plant into warm soils, but if we want to get planted, that's not going to happen. But starting with a weed-free seed bed is going to be key. Having wheat in the rotation, also key. That's our superpower up here, is having a wider rotation. Think about those small grains crops, those grass crops, as allowing us to better manage our broadleaf weed species. Cover crops, walking fields, not out of the question. Digging that between, at your back 40, digging out the cultivator doing some rotary hoeing, that's going to be key as well. And then managing those field borders. I hope you could hear most of that. I will be here for another 10 minutes or so. You guys probably have my number. If you don't, ask me for it. I have cards. I'll give you cards. A couple of things that I wanted to highlight. This one sheet of paper, if you take nothing else home today, this is going to be really valuable. On one side is it's listing a bunch of different pre-emergence herbicides to help to diversify your soybean weed management plan. On the other side, it has your crop rotation intervals, which is going to be key in sugar beet country. So please take this home. It's valuable and will hopefully help you to diversify. Another thing to consider is we have to prove that we do work to our supervisors. So we do have this evaluation. Please fill it out. This determines whether or not I receive a raise this year. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. Another thing I wanted to tell you guys about, here's another handout in the back. Please consider grabbing one of these if you don't yet have one. This is a herbicide classification poster. We'll bring these to the pesticide applicator training programs as well. This will also help you to diversify your weed management. A quick question, if there's time. Quick question?
One question?
One question?
Any questions for Angie? You might get off.
Thank you.
scot-free. I don't know what's going on with the microphone. All right, thank you, Angie. And like she said, she will be around for a few more minutes as they move over to the Crookston location for the rest of the presentations for the small grains update over there. Moving into the next speaker, Mr. James Cruz will be up next. He is the County Executive Director for the Norman County Farm Service Agency office and Clay County as well, correct? So he asked to have a few minutes of our time, and he's going to give us a little update about what FSA is up to right now. I'm going to hand you this, and then I'll get your presentation.
Thank you, Heather. Like Heather said, I'm with the Clay County and Norman County Farm Service Agency. So just wanted to give you a little bit of update on some of the programs that we have. In December, USDA did announce a new program with a very, very short turnaround. It's called the Marketing Assistance for Specialty Crops, or the MASC program. It's basically providing eligible specialty crop producers with some marketing assistance payments. You need to be in the business of producing a specialty crop that can be sold in 2025. So you're either going to report that you had sales of specialty crops in 2023 or 2024, or if you're a new producer, you are basically going to report your expected revenue that you plan to receive in 2025. You need to complete an application, and like I say, the deadline was originally today. They extended it till Friday. So if you are a specialty crop producer, you have not contacted your FSA office, I would contact them. The application is extremely simple. Basically, you're going to select either 23 or 24. You're going to provide us with your sales for 23 or 24, or you're going to fill out another page that's going to do your expected revenue for 2025. Again, payment rates and everything's not established until after the program deadline. So if you've not done that, Friday is the deadline. We do have marketing assistance loans. These again are loans that can provide some interim financing for some crops that you have in the bin, you have not sold, you still have control of those crops. It is a 9-month loan, and the current interest rate is 5.25%. A great program for some interim financing, to maybe get some bills paid. Right now, for example, the corn rate that the Farm Bill provides is $2.04 a bushel. Our small grains, the deadline to apply for one of those loans is March 31st, and your row crops is May 31st. Our other loan program is our farm storage facility loan program. That's a low interest financing to store, handle, or transport eligible commodities. So we can do on-farm storage, any type of handling facilities that's on the farm. We can do new or used storage and handling trucks, trailers, and then any type of storage and handling equipment is eligible for that. Maximum loan is $500,000 per project. We do have a microloan option that's got a little bit less paperwork, that in a lower down payment, that is for $50,000 or less. It's a minimum down payment of 15%. Unless you qualify for the microloan, then it is 5%. You just need to demonstrate storage needs. For most grains, we allow you to have up to 2 years of storage on hand. We've not come across anybody yet that we've had to turn down because they've had too much storage. There is a $100 non-refundable application fee. If you are going to do any type of project that involves some type of ground disturbance, we do need to do an environmental evaluation, which requires us to have a little bit more time. Those usually can take up to 45 to 60 days. So now is a great time. If you think you're going to build a grain bin this next spring or summer, contact our office. We can get that evaluation started. Collateral requirements, we're going to take a first lien basically on what we're financing. If it's over $100,000, then we have to have either real estate or we can do a letter of credit through your financial institution. And then some of the costs, we would, $100 application fee, and then you would also pay any fees associated with real estate filings. We can offer different terms. Right now it's 3, 5, 7, 10, or 12 years. That's kind of dependent on the amount of the loan. And also used facilities. So if we do a used truck or trailer, the maximum we can do is either 3 or 5 years. Right now you're going to see our interest rates vary between 4 1/8 to 4 3/8. And typically they have moved just a little bit each month, up or down 1/4% or 1/8%. There is, I don't know how well you can see that, but basically this just kind of shows some things we have financed. And so it's pretty much anything that we can do that you can use to store or handle or move grain commodities after, which includes hay, after it's been produced and harvested, we can finance those items. We do have the ARC PLC program. The Farm Bill was extended on the 21st of December. We've not seen any information yet. It should be very similar to last year. If they don't extend the sign-up deadline, that will come out and more than likely be a March 15th deadline. So be watching for communications from our offices about when that sign-up can start. We do have the Conservation Reserve Program, where we're going to pay producers an annual rental payment for establishing or maintaining a conservation cover. Typically, those contracts will run 10 to 15 years. We do have cost share assistance to help get those practices established. Typically, it'll be grass or trees. We really are trying to promote the CRP as a way to increase the farm profitability on your farms. So maybe you've got some areas around the edge of a field, you've got some high salinity areas that just don't produce a crop. You try to plant a crop there every year, you don't get anything harvested. Maybe you want to take a look at, we've got some prairie strips, field border programs where we can put that into CRP. You can still drive over it while you're out there doing your normal practices every year. Again, we do not have a sign-up announced. Again, it's through the Farm Bill extension. We do, through the Conservation Reserve Program, have a transition incentive program. So if you know somebody who is in their last year of a CRP contract, they've decided they do not want to renew it and put it back into CRP. If you're a beginning farmer, a veteran farmer, socially disadvantaged farmer, basically they can get a long-term lease, which would be about at least 5 years, and we can continue to pay that CRP participant payments for 2 years, and in return, then after those 2 years, it's no longer in CRP. It's not in CRP during the transition, but the goal of that program is that that CRP participant would take the CRP payment and not charge as big of a rent payment to the beginning farmer, as that takes a little bit of time to get established if it's been in CRP. We do have our livestock disaster programs. The first one is the livestock indemnity program. So if you've lost animals due to natural disaster over normal mortality, we do have a program there. And then the livestock forage program is a program that really is triggered by disaster drought. So if it hits a certain level on the drought monitor, it is available. Help cover some of those costs lost for the grazing. Then we have the emergency assistance for livestock, honeybees, and farm-raised fish program. Again, some of those are drought related. We do have the colony collapse disorder for honeybees. Just a reminder, if you are making changes over the winter months, maybe renting some new land, giving up some land, purchasing or selling land, maybe you change bank accounts, now's a great time to notify the FSA office of that change so we can get that. So when we do get programs that you can sign up for, we're not having to make those changes at that time. Just a reminder, we do not get notified by the county recorder of these sales. So if you can notify us when those happen, get us a copy of the deed, we can get those changed right away for you. Payment eligibility, just to remember that all of our programs that require payment eligibility, so you must meet the AGI provisions, meaning you're not making gross farm income of, and on average of 3 years of more than 900,000. Need to be in compliance with highly erodible land and wetland conservation provisions. We do have actively engaged and cash rent tenants, so making sure that you're at risk in operating that farm. We just want to make a reminder, especially for the beginning farmers, if your financial institution is requiring a co-signature and it happens to be somebody that you're renting land from, you may want to contact our office. Let's talk about that before you get too far into that, because that would make the beginning farmer ineligible for payments. Conservation compliance, this is the AD 1026. We just want to make sure if you're a first-time producer or you're doing some, planning some improving drainage, clearing some land, make sure you contact our office, file a 1026. We'll refer that over to NRCS to make sure that that's not in violation of a wetland or violating a wetland. We do have some historically underserved producers, whether it's a beginning farmer, farmed less than 10 years, a veteran beginning farmer. They're again been created, you became a veteran in the last 10 years. Socially disadvantaged or limited resource producer, there are sometimes programs that provide additional assistance to those programs. So if you qualify as one of those, you want to make sure you're contacting our office and getting that 860 form filed. We do have, every year, we do have a county committee election. Our county committee helps, it's a farmer elected committee that helps administer our programs. They consist of 3 members. They represent different parts of the county. We also do have advisors that are appointed to represent women and minority interest. Our county committee election, we're usually taking nominations in June and July, and then election is taking place in November and December. And this year, it'll be the western third of the county that is up for election. If you're interested in signing up and being able to go in and look at your farm records, maybe if you're a farm loan program borrower, you want to make payments, look at those things. You can go into farmers.gov and get signed up. One of the things that you can look at and get in print would be that 156 EZ that's required every year for your homestead credit. You can go in there and get that yourself. You have access to that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you're interested in that, go to farmers.gov and you can learn more about that. We do have a couple communication options. Gov Delivery, which is our email monthly newsletter. I do send out 2 newsletters a month. It's a great thing probably to get signed up for, especially as some of these new deadlines, new programs are being announced. And we also have text messages where we send out a deadline reminder. We probably send 6 or 7 a year. Just quick reminders of program deadlines that are coming up. So if you're interested in subscribing to the text messages, all you need to do is text MN Norman to 372-669, you'll get a message back saying you're signed up. And if you're not getting the email newsletter, just make sure our office has your email on file and we'll make sure that you are getting that. There's our contact information. I encourage, if you ever have any questions about any of the programs or ways that we can maybe help you, just give our office a call and we will do everything we can to help. Anybody have any questions? Big question we're getting right now is the new disaster programs, and we do not have any information on those as of yet. Expecting that will come out in the next few weeks. So there again would be great if you signed up for our communications, because we'll be announcing those as soon as we know the information. So thank you.
That actually takes us up next to our afternoon break. So we're going to break for about 20 minutes or so. At 2:15, we'll return with our final two speakers. So during our break, I encourage you to hit each of the tables. Some tables may have independent door prize drawings, so make sure you get signed up for those. If you haven't signed in for the day and gotten your little red ticket, please make sure you do that. That's a drawing coming up here at the end of our last two speakers. So get signed up for the door prizes at respective tables. Thank you to all the vendors and the sponsors for today. We'll be back at 2:15. All right, I hate to break up good conversation, but we're going to get back to our last two presenters of the day. Our next presenter for this afternoon is Dr. Lindsay Pease. She is the extension specialist, if I remember right. I am, yeah. For nutrient and water management and works out of the Crookston campus. So Lindsay's going to talk to us a little bit about cover crops and drainage, the drainage projects that she's been working on since being with the university. So please welcome Lindsay Pease. You have a long cord, but just don't fall off the stage.
Okay. All right. And I will try not to fall off the stage, right? So far, I'm sure nobody's fallen off yet, right? Okay, maybe I can be the first one. That would be exciting. Okay, hi everybody. Yeah, I am just gonna give a quick rundown of a couple of the different longer term projects that we've had. We're kind of starting to see, some good results of these projects. We've been working on them for a couple years, and I think if those of you who maybe were here last year probably saw me talk about the drainage project last year, so giving an update of that. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about cover crops because I think that's a topic that everyone presents as being, so easy. You just go out there, you seed it, you terminate it, and you get great results. And but I think it's definitely worth kind of looking at more closely. So one of the experiments that we have is looking at whether you can plant soybeans into a living rye cover crop. And we've done about 3 years of this trial so far. We have some farms that are at the Research and Outreach Center. Some of them are in Crookston. We have other plots that are replicated in Morris. But we also have some on-farm sites too. So I just wanted to show this picture really quick. I know it's a little bit hard to see on the screen, but I think what comes through, whether you can see it or not, is you can see soybeans here, and you can really just see rye. Only rye pretty tall in the background, and this is something that we definitely experienced kind of with trial and error, trying to figure out these cover crops, that they're harder to manage than maybe it seems at first. Because cover cropping is so easy, but you have to figure out all of these details. You have to figure out what species are you going to grow? Do you want it to survive through the winter or not? Up here, really, we have only a handful of winter hardy species that are going to survive, rye being one of them, which is why we picked it for this particular trial. Of course, what seeding rate are you going to do? And that was part of what we included in the trial. We had a 0 rate, a 20 pounds per acre, and a 40 pounds per acre to kind of get a range there. We actually had initially thought we were going to go all the way up to 60 pounds per acre because that's what is usually the universal recommendation for seeding a rye cover crop. But based on some conversations with people before we even started this, they said 60 pounds is way too much. It's not going to work, especially not in Northwest Minnesota. So we actually knocked that down to 0, 20 pounds, and 40 pounds. How and when do you terminate? This is another question that we actually used as part of this trial. We had 3 different termination dates. 2 weeks before soybean planting, of course that's kind of an estimate, right? At the same time as soybean planting for termination, and then 2 weeks after the planting for rye termination. And of course, some of the questions that we didn't get to in this trial, but even once you figure out those 3 things, you still have to figure out how are you going to apply fertilizer. Now that's easier for soybeans than for some other crops that you're following cover crops with, because you typically don't put a lot of fertilizer on soybeans, maybe some phosphorus. But how do you apply that when you're trying to terminate and trying to get this crop to grow? It kind of takes out your fall window for field work if you're putting these cover crops in. Of course, managing that residue is another really big question. You are taking tillage away as your tool in your toolbox to manage the excess crop residue so that your soybeans have something, some soil, some heat units, right, earlier in the growing season. And of course, lastly, the last two questions are even broader questions too. Like now that we're starting to see cover happening all through the winter, now you're getting places for diseases and insects to possibly live over the winter. They're not going to be, they have a habitat, so especially where I work at the Research and Outreach Center with my office is right next to Ian McRae, the entomologist, right? Like he's always saying like, well, what if you have these insect interactions because now you have a place for them to live, you have a habitat. And, the last kind of piece of this is like you're kind of doing all of this work, and we really want to make sure, and I think that's part of the goal of our work, and of course I partner a lot with Anna Cates, who's a soil health specialist. Okay, you're going to go through all of these different trials, but really your goal with the cover cropping is to kind of keep the soil in place and improve soil health and prevent soil erosion. So, is it worth all of these? And that's kind of something that we have to kind of balance all of these things together when you're incorporating something huge like cover crops into your practices. And I also just wanted to say, too, like that getting this wrong can be really disastrous, right? We had more than one occasion, more than one occurrence of the rye cover crop getting out of control on us, and you can see how it just kind of overshades the soybeans. It really doesn't give those soybeans a good chance at a head start. But of course, one of the reasons why we did end up for this particular system in Crookston, we followed wheat. So we, I guess you could see in this, we seeded the rye cover crop directly into the wheat stubble. We didn't do any tillage ahead of time. Well, actually, we had some plots. Half the plots we did tillage before seeding the cover crops, and half the plots we just left the wheat stubble. And really, the placement and the rotation of this is because you're harvesting the wheat early, that actually gives you some time for that rye to get established and start growing before we start to get cold temperatures, snow, because a lot of these cover crop species, rye will it won't die in the winter, but it goes dormant, right? So you actually want to get it planted really before October so that it has a chance to get planted. So you can imagine with a lot of crops, that's just not really going to be possible. And then, of course, the main question that we're trying to answer is what happens when you plant the soybeans into this growing rye cover crop. So again, this is the side-by-side of our tilled versus no-till, and we just want to really check those negative effects on the soybeans. So what have we learned so far? Like I mentioned, we've done this for 3 years. So I think one of the big things that we've learned, especially trying to do 2 weeks before at plant and 2 weeks after for the termination time, really going by a calendar date, is that no 2 years are created equal, and that's something you all know very well. It's not surprising that, if you look out in the field on the same day, same calendar day, similar calendar day, 2 years apart, you may have two totally different situations out here. These were actually the same treatment 2 weeks after planting, same seeding rate, but also you can see in 2022 that rye 2 weeks after planting got really tall, whereas in 2023 it was still kind of a manageable level and those soybeans were still able to come up. So I think one of the big things we've learned is that our calendar timing of dates is maybe not as good for managing the rye residue as it is to go out at the stage of the rye. You have to be watching the stage of the rye. I think a good rule of thumb is usually when it's about before, you need to get it terminated before it heads out for sure, but usually about 6 inches, once it's 6 to 8 inches tall, then it really can start taking off on you. And then it becomes, what Tom Peters is going to talk about, then it becomes a weed more than a cover crop, right? So I think that's one of the really big things we've learned from this is maybe not necessarily have those targets in mind, but really maybe terminating based on the stage of the rye itself as opposed to the relative time when you're planting or harvesting. And what we have seen, of course, and this kind of makes sense, both the seeding rate and the termination date are going to affect how much rye biomass you are accumulating at those different times during the growing season. So I have this graph, and it shows the different calendars. These are just 2023 numbers, and of course, this was the year that I said that the rye did not get away from us, so this was kind of a more manageable rye biomass year. But you can definitely see how when you kind of stair-step up the rates, you are increasing the biomass, and you are definitely, the later you let it go, the more rye biomass you have. One thing that I do think is really interesting here, and of course the letters on the top of the screen, those indicate the statistical variance of the data. If they have the same letter over above them, that means that they're not statistically different, right? So what you see here in all of these scenarios is that 20 versus 40, 20 versus 40, those both have C's in front of them, they both have D's in front of them, these have A's in front of them. These have matching letters. That means that statistically it didn't matter if you planted 20 pounds of rye or if you planted 40 pounds of rye. There was so much variability in the biomass that it was essentially the same. You got a similar amount of biomass at 20 pounds per acre or 40 pounds per acre. So I think that's also a really good kind of take-home message is, you know, especially when that rye biomass starts growing, that seeding rate is less important than just getting the cover crop out there. So I think it's definitely really good that we did not need to do 60 pounds of rye out there. We really got good growth at a lower rate. You know, but kind of the bad news that we saw, and of course those numbers are really hard to read. This was just our average yields at those different rates. Really the only thing when we had all these factors included is that we did see a slight yield hit to the soybeans just from having the rye cover crop out there at all. And I do think that could be partially because, you know, both in 2022 and in 2024, that rye growth got really big really fast. 2023, we didn't see that as much. And again, this definitely goes towards that, you know, theme of terminate the rye at the right time for the rye as opposed to like a calendar date. But I will say that what we kind of saw on average, these fields we were averaging about 47 bushels per acre without a rye cover crop, and then about 44 with the rye cover crop. So only about a 3 bushel per acre difference with and without. And again, you know, that could be something that is tolerable or not tolerable depending on your own operation, right? That could be something that you say, well, it's worth it because my soil's blowing away. Or maybe you say, you know, no, 3 bushels or not, that's not. I mean, that's something that I think is, you can make that decision, right? One of the really good things that we saw is that after planting with or without tillage, though, this was something that I think really positive that came out of this. Doing no-till soybeans, that was a really viable option. We didn't see any average yield difference at all with and without that fall tillage before planting the cover crop. So we still got a lot of that soil cover left from the wheat residue on these fields without a yield hit on top of that. So I think that, if anything, is a really good result. That means that, you know, you can kind of, I think we seeded them with an air drill, pretty easy to no-till the soybeans in. And here, I guess across the whole trial, the average yield was 45 bushels per acre, so it kind of came in even with and without. Okay. So just to kind of summarize all of that cover crop work that we've done, at least for following wheat, what we found is that terminating rye earlier is definitely a safer choice if you're wanting to avoid that yield hit, avoiding that rye biomass accumulation. But we were able to see that, you know, skipping the tillage after wheat and leaving that wheat stubble out there did seem to provide some soil cover benefit without the potential yield hit from the cover crop on top of it. And I think, you know, I added this in here too, that I think you can probably, this was actually kind of a point that I had in there because some of the other work we did shows that, phosphorus before soybeans, only has about a 50% chance of seeing a yield increase in any given year. There's a lot of factors that are affecting soybean yield. So you may actually be able to, kind of skip phosphorus before the soybeans, or apply, if you need the phosphorus, apply more of it before wheat. If it's in the soil, it'll be able to be accessible by the soybeans. So that gives some flexibility in the strategy of fertility, just from kind of looking across a couple different research trials that we're doing. And then lastly, I think the earlier termination timing, another reason to go for that, if you are going to do a cover crop, if you do think that's something that you want, to help keep the soil in place, earlier termination timing is going to help, for more than one reason. You're still going to get the soil cover benefits. You're going to be able to disrupt the green bridge potentially, and keep that rye biomass from getting away from you. I think that's something that we've really seen in common across all of our trials, and including our farmer trials too, which I don't have that data for, is that if you end up with a really wet spring like 2024, right, it can be hard to get out and spray that rye off. So if you have a window, you kind of need to do it early. Otherwise, you could be dealing with a bad situation. So just some things to keep in mind with that. Okay, so that's kind of my cover crop stuff. I'm going to transition totally to another topic now, and then we're going to talk about drainage. So of course, the drainage project that we have at the Research and Outreach Center, I like to talk about these as they are the coolest drainage plots in all of the United States by annual average temperature, which is really great because nobody else in these cold climates is looking at drainage and looking at how drainage is or isn't affecting yields. And I think this is really great. These plots they're farmed. They're not small plots like the cover crop trial I was talking about. This is a full field. This is a full 60-acre field that we've alternated drained and undrained on, so we can get a really accurate picture of what this might look like on your operation. Of course, just a couple notes about the design. We divided up a 60-acre field into 4 15-acre blocks. They alternate drained and undrained as you go across the field. So the tiles run north to south. The farming equipment runs east to west. And so they're all farmed as one unit. They're all farmed the same, so they have the same kind of treatment. Basically, the guys who farm this, I tell them just go do out whatever you're gonna wanna do out there, and then I kind of pull out what I need from the data just by looking at those big 15-acre chunks. Of course, this is a silty clay loam soil, so this is where that heavier lake bed clay soil as opposed to some of the sandier stuff. I know you guys get into a lot more sandy stuff as we go kind of south and east from Crookston. And we had a wheat soybean rotation. These tile drains went in the fall of 2019. Then we alternated wheat and soybean rotation for 4 years, and then 2024 we had sugar beets out here. So this was just something, and this is actually probably identical to what I presented last year, just to kind of give you that baseline sense of what we were doing. 2020 was the really heavy rainfall year. We had 7 inches of rain in July that year. That was the first year we had drainage, and we saw a 7 bushel difference between our soybeans from the drained section to the undrained section. So that was really critical to helping keep those soybean yields up during that really wet summer. Now in 2021 was, I think, the driest year that we've had on record, with these drainage plots so far. So that one we actually saw the wheat yields were a little bit lower in the drained portion of the field. And so I think a really common question that I get asked is, do you think then you over drained the soil with the installation of the drainage? And my answer to that is no, I don't think we over drained it because there was no moisture out there, drained or undrained, for the whole season. What I think we might have been seeing there is the effect of the drainage installation itself, because when we installed the drainage, it was really wet fall. We had a lot of compaction out on the soil, driving heavy equipment through the field. So I think it took a couple years for that to sort of rebound. But the good news is, even though 2022 and 2023 were, we had more adequate rainfall. That was still dry, but that compaction differences or the differences between the drained and the undrained kind of went away. So it was really just the first year that we saw that, the first dry year that we saw a difference. And then in 2020, like I said, 2022 and 2023, really the yields are about the same in either side. So we didn't really have enough rain to drown out the soybeans. We didn't really have enough, but there was adequate moisture on either side. So didn't see a huge benefit. And I will say, we only saw the yield improvement in the soybeans, which I think makes sense. We had definitely drowned out areas of the soybeans, especially when they're low. I think it makes sense then that keeping those soybeans from having wet feet, especially in 2020, and then even in 2022 to an extent, having those soybeans, keeping them from having wet feet was really helpful. Both of our wheat years so far, were really dry. So I don't think we've really had a chance to put the drainage to the test in a good wheat year yet. And I think the growing season rainfall is just so variable from year to year. I really like these graphs. I've been sort of adding to it year and year as we go. And I think what really stands out to me is, 2020 when we saw the big difference in drainage, we had it dry. That's 5 inches of rain in June. And like I said, more than 7 inches in July. So that was the year that drainage really, really helped keep those yields supported. Of course, 2021, when we saw no difference, we basically didn't have any rain at all until September, when it's, of course, way too late for the crop to really make any use of it. 2023 was kind of less dry than the other years, but still kind of had some issues to it. But I think 2024 was interesting because it started out, obviously, we were coming out of this drought. We actually finally started the season with some decent rainfall. And then I think what was interesting is for 2024, we really didn't get a lot during the growing season, and we got 5 inches or so in August, so we got some late, but then almost no rainfall at all during the month of September, and I think that was really challenging. That was really hard, I'm sure, definitely on soybean crops and on a lot of the crops, and and I think, again, so we sort of had a little bit of a chance to put drainage to the test in August of this year, but I think we just are not necessarily seeing heavy rainfalls during the growing season year in and year out, which I think is important when you start thinking about drainage as an investment. You're investing in drainage to catch the years like 2020, which we don't get every year, right? But if we have a year like that, it's good to help boost the yields. Okay. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about what we saw with the sugar beets. Of course, this was a picture I took during pre-pile, and during pre-pile, we actually saw a really big difference between the drained and the undrained soybeans. Of course, these are the headlands, so usually not prime farmland. The drained headlands seem to do a lot better, so we had really high hopes going into harvest that we were going to see a huge difference between drained and undrained. The reality is that the yields were really good, both in drained and undrained. We did not see any difference in the total yield, the tons per acre, between our drained and undrained. And those numbers, I actually went out on a beet truck, we got weights, we kind of turned the beet lifter on and off as we went across, east to west on the field. So I know these numbers are really good and really accurate, but didn't see a big difference in the tonnage between the drained and the undrained. Where we did see a little bit of that extra difference was that the drained beets put on a little bit more sugar. Just, of course, it's the difference between 17% and 17.4%, not a huge amount of difference in sugar, but a little bit more sugar in those drained beets compared to the undrained beets. So that was definitely a good finding. You want those beets to have a higher sugar concentration. Now, when you kind of roll that into the recoverable sugar per acre, that doesn't come out to, again, being a statistical difference, really no difference overall, but we're seeing some, definitely some signals in the right direction that drainage did help us in 2024 with the beets. The other piece of this that I will say too is that on this field, we don't have any barriers or any liners. We don't have anything preventing the water from moving from, one 15-acre section of the field to the other 15-acre section of the field. So if we do end up with a lot of soil moisture, you probably are getting some of that water moving from the undrained to the drained part of the field. That's just kind of some of the variability that we have to accept with doing a big project like this. But I think that's also worth mentioning, that we could have been seeing some drainage benefit even outside of the exact zones. But that's why we do this year after year after year, and to try to get a really good sense of what are we seeing and what's the value. Okay, so the summary of the drainage is, I think we're definitely seeing that drainage is not needed every year, right? You don't need the drainage in the drought, but the years that you need it, it really helped. And I think even that very first year that we had, 7 inches of rain in July, we definitely saw the benefit right away. I think that's why it's really important to think of drainage as a long-term investment. It is certainly not something, one of my goals with this project was trying to see, well, how many years do I think it's going to take to pay back the investment that I made, that we made to install that drainage. And we're still pretty far off from that, right? We had 1 year with like really clear yield boost. But I still think that, it still helps, and it helps make the drained fields more consistent from year to year. You're just eliminating one of the variables of it, being taken out of production because it's too wet. Now, again, based on the other, inputs and outputs on your farm may or may not be worth it, but, taking one field out of production for a year can be a really big hit. So, just thinking of it as a long-term investment, I think, does help. Some of the things we're still analyzing all through the growing season, especially with the sugar beet year, we were looking at soil nitrate levels and soil moisture. And one of the things I really hope to be able to do is look at that and look at the timing of when the nitrogen was available for the beets, when you actually had soil moisture, and whether there were any differences there between the drained and the undrained. I think that might give us some clues as to why maybe we saw some increase in sugar, maybe we didn't see any increase in the tonnage. It also might give us a clue as to what the timing is of when that drainage is really important. The last point I want to kind of bring up is that it kind of comes back to this idea of not needing that intensity of drainage every year. A practice that I did a lot of research on before I came to Minnesota was called controlled drainage. And basically you would stack boards inside your tile drainage system and plug them up during the growing season, so that you could potentially hold back any rain or any water that fell during the growing season and not drain it out completely. That's something that, the first 5 years of this project, as we were just establishing a baseline, we didn't play around with at all. But I think there could definitely be, especially, with the ease of turning on and off a lift station, there could really be something there that maybe we do hold back some extra moisture in during July or August, of course not if you have 7 inches of rain, but maybe if you do have only like 3 or 4 inches, maybe you can hold some more of that back. I think that's probably the next phase of where I'm interested in going with this and seeing, is again, that worth your time, or is just the rain so unpredictable that you're kind of throwing your hands up in the air as you go anyway. So with that, that's all I have for today. I know there's a lot of information, so yeah. Yeah, any questions? No questions today.
All right. Take it off your pocket.
Yep.
Thank you, Lindsay, for all your work. Thank you. All right. I think I try to save the best for last, right, Tom? No, so our last speaker of the day today is Dr. Tom Peters. Tom has a unique arrangement with University of Minnesota and North Dakota Extension sharing that appointment. So we are grateful to have Tom back with us, and I asked Tom to visit with us about our biggest enemy in all the crop production.
Don't say what it is.
I'm not going to say what it is. So please welcome Tom. Do that. And then I'll get your PowerPoint up. You just have to hold it on the black.
Okay, hold both of them.
You don't have to hold them, it's clipped on.
Okay, good.
And here's your clicker.
I know you can hear me because I'm loud. Thank you for staying, and I'm going to do mine differently. So we're going to have some audience participation. I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to have to answer them because I'm not going home until I get to the end, and that means getting through all the slides. So I want to hear your opinion.
I'm working on it, Tom. Here we go.
Okay. I'm going to talk about a weed. It's the one on the screen. What's the name of this weed? Who said that? Who said that? Common ragweed. Everybody agree? Common ragweed. Good. Is common ragweed an annual weed or a perennial weed? Who said that? Annual. Jerry, you can't answer all the questions, so I'll give you a few, but this is for everybody. When does common ragweed germinate and emerge? And I'd like for you to do this, compare it to kochia, compare it to water hemp. When does common ragweed emerge? Right after kochia. Okay, good answer. I like that. How long is the duration of common ragweed emergence? And again, compare it to kochia and to pigweed. What do you think? Huh? Full season. Okay? So I'm going to disagree with you on that. But you're partially right because 2024 was different than from some of our other seasons. Okay, I've used this slide before, so everything we talked about is up here. Ragweed germinates after kochia, but I would still call it an early season weed. Okay? Certainly it germinates and emerges before the pigweeds. I normally find that ragweed goes dormant. Okay? So the duration of ragweed emergence is a lot narrower than the pigweeds are. And we're going to get into that a little bit in the next slide. So the reason for that is ragweed is one of those weeds that decides that it's too hot. It's too hot. I'm going to stop emerging and I'm going to wait until next year. And that's about 80 or 85 degrees. When your soil temperature hits 80 or 85 degrees, ragweed decides to go dormant. So what that means is it needs the overwintering process, what we're going through right now. Several months of cold temperatures before it's going to be viable again and germinate. So it's very unlikely for ragweed to go dormant in June and then to start germinating and emerging in, let's say, August, there's a better chance that it never went dormant in the first place. Now, one of the things that I have a lot of experience with is how long weeds are viable. And this is some research that was done when I was a grad student. I went to graduate school in Nebraska. And I worked with this guy named Burnside, who happened to be from Hawley, Minnesota. And what we did is we would bury these containers of seed, and then we would dig them up at different intervals. So the 0 column here, it meant that we buried them in the spring and then we dug them up later in the year, just to see what the viability of the seed was. So it's really interesting. Weeds are all different. Some weeds are viable only 1 to 2 years, and I'll use kochia as an example of that. Very unusual for kochia seed to last longer than 2 years. There's other weeds, and lamb's quarters and ragweed is another example, are generation weeds. When you put common ragweed seed into the soil, in my opinion, it's going to be viable for 20 years. The pigweeds, 4 to 6 years. So, out of all the weeds we have in our area, ragweed is the one that I hate seeing going to seed, just because of the challenges that we have year after year with it. Okay, these are a little trickier. So, as compared to pigweed, when does ragweed flower? Do you think it, and this is one where you can maybe reason your way through. When do people start to talk about allergies? Give me an idea of when that would be. What month? Just say a month. June? Maybe July? Yeah. So what that means, the reason why that's important is if it's just starting to flower in July, that means we're not going to have viable seed probably until September and October. I get a lot of samples of weeds, and most of the time that people send me ragweed samples, the seed's not mature. That benefits some of the early crops like wheat, where we take them off before the ragweed is mature. But for some of our other crops, soybeans, corn, sugar beet, we're going to probably have viable seed, but that seed's not viable, I'm going to say, until about the 1st of November. Where do you think ragweed germinates? Is it deeper than pigweed, or is it shallower than pigweed? Any guesses? What? I didn't hear that. You got to holler at me. Shallower. Probably about the same. I wouldn't expect to see pigweed and ragweed. I would expect them to see in the same areas of the soil. So, although ragweed is a bigger seed, it is still a surface germinating weed that comes off, I'm going to say, the surface to 1 inch in the soil. Last question. How many seeds do you think you can get on a common ragweed plant? And I'm going to just give you an example here. With water hemp, a full-grown water hemp plant might have 200,000 seeds on. How many seeds do you think we get with common ragweed? Any guesses? More than water hemp or less? Less. 50,000, that's a good number. I would say 20,000 to 60 would be the range most of the time. So the reason I bring that up is weeds make a lot of seed. And it's one of the reasons why I keep harping about, controlling all weeds, because letting one of these get away and escape means you're going to have to deal with it. Not only next year, but maybe 15 years later. Okay, I'm going to get into, just a second here. I'm going to get into a little bit on weed control. And so this has a bit of a sugar beet slant to it, but that's okay, because we're talking about weed management. This is an experiment that I had a couple of years ago. And I had this experiment just a few miles away with Rod and Ryan Olson. The question we get a lot is, what should the rate be of stinger herbicide that we use to control ragweed? And the other question that relates is, how big can we allow the ragweed to get? So the first part of this experiment was ragweed that was less than 2 inches. So there's 3 different rates here. There's 1.2, 1.8, and 2.4. So years ago, this would have been equivalent to stinger at 2, 3, and 4 ounces. They reformulated it so it's more concentrated now. So the answer here is, and I'm going to click this ahead, my goal is 90%. I want to see 90% control. The only way I can get to 90% is if I use these higher rates. So I'm going to say more about this. We've had a history of using stinger at lower rates. We got to get past that. We got to use these full rates of stinger if we're going to control ragweed. So Jerry, when you're making recommendations, 2.4 in a single application. Maybe there's a case for 1.8, but I want to be up to 2.4 as much as possible. Somebody using 1.2, you're wasting your time. You're not controlling ragweed. Now, I'm also real fond, I really like split applications, 2 times applications. So I'm comparing the 2.4 from the previous slide to 1.5 twice and 1.8 twice. In a split application, and I know Lindsay was talking about statistics, I'm going to violate statistics rules and just say I like this 1.8 better than the 1.5, even though it's the same some of the time. So in a single application, 2.4, in a split application, 1.8 twice are my preferred rates that I like to use. Let's jump up and say now we've got bigger common ragweed that's 2 to 4 inches tall. Even the 2.4 fluid ounce rate is not controlling ragweed. So one of the take-home messages here is we've got to control common ragweed earlier in the season than we've been doing. We can't let it get to 4 inches tall. We're just not getting any control. And I would argue even with our split applications, we're still not getting the kind of control that we need. So take-home message, use full rates, and spray common ragweed when it's less than 2 inches tall. And that's what's on this slide. These are my best recommendations. In a single application, 2.4, spray small common ragweed. Time your application to the size of your weed. Don't worry so much about the crop. Now, if Corteva was in here, they would say, well, we like to be in the tank with glyphosate. There's some additive benefits with being in the tank with glyphosate. With the cover crops or nurse crops that Lindsay talked about, that I talk about sometimes, you can't have it both ways. So if you want to keep your cover crops, you might have to make a Roundup only application. You might have to make a stinger only application rather than having them both in the tank at the same time. So I put this slide up here just because I want to show you the range of rates that we have. Nobody is using 6 ounces or 3.6. That's mainly a Canada Thistle program. Our rates have ranged anywhere from 2 to 4 or 1.2 to 2.4. So when I'm together with people, a lot of times I'll ask, why is it that we're always using these low rates? You know, what's your reason for that? And I'm going to spend the rest of the time today talking a little bit about what some of those reasons are, because I have to acknowledge that there's a reason why farmers use the rates they do, and I just want to was a herbicide, and it was very common to be applied at maybe 1.2 or maybe even less ounces per acre. So when I talk about raising the rates, a lot of times there's resistance just because of some of the previous practices that have been done. We're not talking about micro rates right now. We're talking about controlling common ragweed. Use full rates. Number 2, sugar beet injury. So it is true, and here are pictures. These are plants that have been damaged by Stinger herbicide. Stinger is a unique herbicide in that we usually see injury on bigger sugar beets and not smaller beets. We also see the injury when it's more humid, more warm out. So early in the season on cotyledon or 2-leaf beets, it's very, very rare to see any injury. Number 3, complex mixtures. So what I mean by that is mixing 3, 4, maybe 5 things together. Stinger is that high school kid. When you were all in high school, there was a couple of bullies in your class, and there were a couple of bullies' friends that seem to be instigators. You know, that somehow managed to get the bullies fighting. That's what Stinger is. Stinger is an instigator. So it sometimes causes more injury to occur, not because of the stinger itself, but because Stinger is in the tank. So complex mixtures is a completely different topic, a completely different conversation, but it is one of the reasons that there is some resistance to raise the stinger rates. And then finally, carryover. And I am going to address that. I think carryover, especially this year, with the drier pattern that we had last year is something we're going to need to be careful about. So this is a field from last year. This is in Trail County. This is a common ragweed disaster in sugar beets. And you could say, well, how does this happen? We've got a really good herbicide called Stinger. How did we let it get out of hand like it did here? And part of the reason is the weather. So I mentioned early on that common ragweed goes dormant, usually when the soil temperatures get into the 80s. During the Crookston plot tour last year, we were talking about soil temperatures, and somebody went out on the website to see what the soil temperatures were, and that was Lindsay, mid-July. And the soil temperatures were still only in the 70s. And you can see that from the graph here. Compare 2024, the blue dot, the red dots to the blue dots. And this is after the 1st of May here. So 0 is May 1, so June 1 is somewhere in the middle here. We didn't have the temperatures for common ragweed to go dormant last year. So we saw a lot of later season common ragweed. And I'm not just talking about sugar beets. I'm talking about all crops. It's because it never went dormant. Compare that to 2023, it went dormant early. I had several common ragweed experiments that were busts just because my weeds never germinated. They never came up. So I'm attributing a lot of this common ragweed escapes that we had to the soil temperatures and the weather regimes that we had last year. I think this again puts more credence to using the 2 times application program because it gives us more opportunity to control weeds. What about other herbicides? So again, I'm focused a little bit on sugar beets right now, but we have a herbicide that we're developing, that we're using. It's called Spinaid. So years ago, we called it Batenol. Okay? So years ago, Batenol was a kochia herbicide that was used at high rates. And it was also for common ragweed and lamb's quarters control. So it's a group 5 herbicide, a photosystems 2 inhibitor. We apply it at relatively high rates. It's post-emergence, and it kills weeds by moving to the edges of weeds. It does better on small weeds than large weeds. And as I mentioned, it focuses mainly on kochia, common ragweed, lamb's quarters, and wild mustard, although that isn't as important anymore. Sugar beets are safe to Spinaid at normal use rates. If we put our rates high enough, we'll injure sugar beets. Sugar beets are safe because the herbicide is metabolized in sugar beets. The sugar beets are able to break it down more quickly. Spinaid works best on small weeds. That means we're going to have small sugar beets as well. We have to be careful about what the air temperatures are. The environmental conditions, the air temperatures are going to dictate the rate we use. And this is especially important in common ragweed. Kochia is an earlier weed. We're not probably going to get into the warmer temperatures. Certainly with common ragweed we are. So if it gets 75, 80 degrees, our rates are going to be different than if it's 65 to 75 degrees. In the Beta mix Batenol days, we used to say that if it's warm out, wait to make an application in the afternoon. And we're going to say that same thing again with Spinaid. If you're expecting warm conditions, wait until the afternoon so you can get the temperatures cooling during the day rather than increasing. So the question is, does Spinaid control common ragweed? This is a different experiment. This was done with David Aarons. Some of you might know David. 12, 16, 24 ounces. And then we had a soil-applied herbicide, and we followed that up with post-emergence. So early evaluation, later evaluation. This is, the top of this chart here is 80% control. So the question is, does Spinaid, a single application from 12 to 24 ounces, control common ragweed? The answer is no. This is not acceptable. Okay? What if we do 2 applications? I mentioned with Stinger, we're going to do 2 applications. So here you can see 3 different bars, 12, 16, 16, 16, 16, 24, and then soil applied followed by post. So now we're getting somewhere. We're between the 70 and 90% range. This is still not acceptable as a standalone herbicide. And you can see that in my plots. There's, especially in this plot here, excuse me, trying to get my bearings right. In this plot here, there's a lot of green yet in this plot. That's all common ragweed. So in my opinion, in today's day and age, with everything I've said about common ragweed, Spinaid by itself is not a solution for common ragweed. However, if we mix it together with Stinger, I think we're going to have a better opportunity. So that's part of what I'm going to continue to work on, is Stinger mixed with Spinaid and using the 2 application program that I mentioned a few minutes ago for controlling common ragweed. Now there's a couple of bars in here. I mentioned that Corteva likes Roundup mixed with Stinger. What I found with Spinaid, that we can accomplish that same additive effect with the Spinaid, so the Roundup isn't as important as it was when it was Roundup and Stinger by itself. So again, if we're concerned about the nurse crops early in the season, I think we're going to get a pretty good job of controlling weeds with not doing any damage to the nurse crops. So you can wait until you want to terminate those, but still get the early season common ragweed. Just a couple of things left, and then I'll let you go. I've been talking about resistance for a while, especially with pigweed. Well, we have some of the same concerns with common ragweed. So these are populations from different places. In the front here is 6 ounces, which is a pretty high rate. In the back is 3 ounces. This Jorger population is from Polk County. So this isn't that far from home. And I don't want to scare anybody. I just want to remind you that weed resistance is a real important topic. And the last thing we want is common ragweed resistance to Stinger. That would be devastating. The other thing I want to remind you is Stinger is not just a sugar beet herbicide. It's used in a number of other crops. It's used in small grains, it's used in corn. So you might say, well, what he's talking about is for a crop I don't deal with. Well, you probably deal with some of these other crops in rotation. So remember the names, because they give them different names in different crops. They all contain the same active ingredient, clopyralid or Stinger herbicide. injury to dry beans and soybeans. So the auxin herbicides damage dry beans and soybeans. Everybody knows that. We've gone through years of dealing with this with dicamba. Stinger damage is a little harder to see. So I've seen the crinkling of leaves, as you can see here. I've seen darker versus lighter beans. I've seen taller versus shorter, so stunted beans. So the injury we get sometimes is different depending on the situation that we're in. This is really important. So organic matter dictates the rotation interval, but also the amount of rain that you get, 15 inches. So you're going to have to add up the totals on your farm, but I would be surprised if a lot of you had more than 15 inches of rain since the applications were made. So as we transition into 2025, this is something I want you to think about. What did I use in 2024? What am I planning to plant in 2025? And do I need to worry about any carryover concerns? Just a few pictures of the injury. I've talked a little bit about this, up and down, different color, and then some of the different crinkling damage that you see. The last thought, and I'm already getting some of these calls, is how can I test my soil? Should I go out and soil sample? And if I do, what lab should I send it to? And what I like to say is don't waste your time with soil sampling. There's too many variables. So first of all, where in the field should you soil sample? And then you're mixing all of that together anyway, so you're homogenizing that sample. The other thing is the detection level and the damage level. I don't know what they mean. If you send in a sample to the lab and they give you a value, I have no idea how to interpret that. So I don't know if that level is above or below a level that potentially could cause damage to the crop you're planting, soybeans or dry beans. I think it's probably best just to wait and see what we get for the winter, to find out if we get any snow, to find out when things start to thaw, what the spring rains look like. I think that's a much better plan than to be running out and wanting to take soil samples and send them somewhere. If you do want to do that, I'd probably use the SGS lab in Brookings. I think that's the local lab that's been the most reliable on these plant residual or soil residual samples. The other thing that I would do is next spring I might find the place in the field that might be the most susceptible for carryover. So maybe the higher elevations or the lightest soil in the field, get a pail full of that soil and then plant dry beans or soybeans just to see what happens. I think you'll have a much better answer with that than to send sample to lab and pay a couple of $100 and wait however long it takes. So that is my last slide, Heather. I know we're running up against the end, but if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take any questions or any comments that anybody has. Any questions today? Go ahead, sir.
Why not 2.4 ounces of Stinger twice?
Okay, Jerry wants to spray 2.4 twice. I need to test that. When people ask me about carryover, Jerry, when you say 4 ounces applied during the season, I say I don't care. I don't think there's any likelihood of carryover occurring. When we get above 4 ounces, I start to have to worry a little bit about the field, how much rain you get, all of that stuff. So I would prefer that to be a case-by-case recommendation that you make or I make rather than something I just put up on a slide. I think you got to be a little more careful when you've got close to 5 ounces of stinger in the field versus 4. How does that sound? Okay. Just let's be careful about what the sequence is so that we're not going to create carryover situations. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, with that, excuse me?
Quiet group.
Well, that's okay. You must have fed them too much at lunch. Thank you, everybody. My contact information is here. If you need me, call or let me know. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom. I'll have your pocket, your wire before you walk away. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so thank you to Tom Peters. That concludes all the presentations for the day. Booth vendors, if you had any door prize drawings at your booth, I would welcome you to come up to the stage and announce those.